Good morning, everyone. I call the Senate to order and that we are out of recess and recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to third reading be, by this resolution, read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
Senator Carson, I think the motion is I adjourn from the early session or the late session.
I hope this does not pretend what's going to happen for the rest of the day. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the session adjourn from the late session.
Thank you, Senator Carson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. The Senate will be attentive to our chaplain today, Senator Birdsell.
Lord, lift up in prayer the lawmakers gathered here today. May we take that responsibility seriously and do our best. May we realize the need for you and for your direction. May we hear your voice as we make our decisions and follow your guidance. May we have a passion for people, for truth, and for righteousness. Almighty Father, we ask you to bless the members of our armed forces. Give them courage, hope, and strength. May they ever experience your firm support, gentle love, and compassionate healing. Be their power and protector, leading them from darkness to light. Almighty Father, we come to honor you this day. Please lift up in your prayers the victims of the Covenant School in Nashville and our military who went down in training mission in Kentucky. God, please hold their families in your hands and give them strength to carry on. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much. Senator Avard, would you do the honors?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Senator Gannon is excused for the day. I just spoke with him less than an hour ago. He's doing a lot better. He's very thankful for all of the good wishes that all of us are expressing to him. He's very thankful, Trish, for you and making sure that he stays in touch, and he expects to be back here the first full week in April, so good news on that score. Introduction of guests. I think, Senator Whitley, you have some very special guests.
I do. Thank you, Mr. President. I am so honored to welcome today the fourth graders from St. John Regional School in Concord. Welcome.
Back of the audience, humble as always, is Adam Sexton. Everybody knows him, but Adam is back there because his son is one of the fourth graders. Further introduction of guests. Without objection, the following bill is special order to the end of the regular calendar, Senate Bill 201, relative to resale of event tickets. Removed from consent calendar by Senator Avard, Senate Bill 165 from the Committee on Energy. I recognize Senator Carson for a motion. Actually, I'm sorry. Senator Carson moves the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted and that all such bills found ought to pass be ordered to third reading. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. We'll move to the report from the Committee on Elections. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred CACR 9, a resolution relating to the New Hampshire presidential primary, providing that New Hampshire presidential primary will be the first presidential primary of the presidential election cycle. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the resolution is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass, and I'm just thankful there was a 5-0 vote. This is to protect our first-in-the-nation primary. And what I've learned along this way, and this is a great point that was made to me, that the first-in-the-nation primary is celebrated in the state, but it's also become very popular because we made it popular. We've done it the right way, and we've led by example on how our elections are performed. And we should continue to do that. To take this away from our state, we're not going to give it up. And what CACR 9 would do is it would put that into our state constitution, honoring that tradition. And we should keep that tradition going and give that right to the people where it belongs. And that's what this would do. To think that any political party is going to lean on the elected officials in this state to give up our tradition, that is not going to happen. I think we should be united on this because our elections are done the right way. You see some other states, they have their results 3 weeks later, they haven't figured it out yet. We get it done the right way. New Hampshire, what's great about this state is that candidates running for the highest office in this country are able to tour the entire state despite not having this large amount of financing to campaign. They're allowed to go to the diners, they go town to town. And it's already started coming up for the 2024 election. That's more than a year away. You have candidates coming here. We've always welcomed them, and we've always been open, and we have a great turnout. There's absolutely no justification to take this away from our state, and we should keep this tradition going. Let's give the right to the people, and that's what we're doing. It doesn't matter which party wants to take it away. They're not taking it away from us. So let's put this on the ballot and let the people fight for this. And I hope you all join me in supporting the ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Perkins-Quokka.
Thank you, Mr. President. Here in New Hampshire, we pride ourselves on civic engagement and commitment to thoroughly vetting candidates who visit our state. As someone who grew up here, I know this tradition well, and it's something that's been a part of me since my earliest days. As my good friend from District 22 stated, we have held the primary here in the state for over 100 years, and we have respected the sanctity of that responsibility throughout that time. Given that our constituents know the value and importance of that engagement, I think it is timely and appropriate that we put this question to the voters, asking them whether we should remain as the first-in-the-nation presidential primary. The cornerstone of the first-in-the-nation primary in New Hampshire is our high engagement of the populace in the process. What better way to reinforce that engagement than to ask the voters to decide whether our status of going first should be placed in our Constitution? Due to the importance of the first-in-the-nation status and our trust in Granite State voters, I ask that you support the committee recommendation of ought to pass and vote yes on CACR 9. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Susi to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of CACR 9. I do want to echo some of the comments of my two colleagues who spoke previously, but I do want to also clarify something, because although I support this legislation, I'll vote for this legislation, I don't know that this legislation is really needed because, number one, New Hampshire created the primary. Nobody gave us the primary. We created it. We've nurtured it. It's grown. It is known the world over. And we do elections right. We do elections at the local level, and it's our neighbors and our friends that work at the polls. They did it just recently for town elections. We know how to do it. We're well experienced. But I want to clarify that no national party any national party is going to take away our primary. I think the voters need to understand that. The people listening here need to be really clear. It's our primary. We're going to have it. I think our statute adequately protects it. This is maybe a belt and suspenders, but we will have our primary because it's ours. Now, what happens to a delegate selection process or what happens at the national conventions? That'll happen in whatever city the national parties choose. But what happens here is what we have control over, what we're responsible to our electorate for, and what will happen here, no matter what, is going to be a primary that will determine our presidential candidates. So as I said, I will join my colleague in supporting this, but I want the message to be clear. New Hampshire is first. New Hampshire will remain first, regardless of what our national parties say. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, excuse me, Senator Susi. Senator Birdsell to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, along with my colleagues, will be voting in favor of this legislation. And I will continue on saying that since 1916, New Hampshire has chosen its delegates to the Republican and the Democratic National Convention through our primary. Since 1975, state law mandates that New Hampshire's primary be held at least a week before any similar contest. New Hampshire's primary is important. New Hampshire voters expect candidates to earn their votes. Grassroots campaigns force candidates to persuade voters, making them better candidates and better prepared to serve as president. Winning in New Hampshire or having a surprisingly good outcome can help candidates secure their party's nomination. A poor showing in New Hampshire can end a struggling campaign, narrowing the field for upcoming campaigns. We will hold our primary first, no matter what Washington demands, but New Hampshire voters should have their voices heard by having delegates they picked seated at the National Party Convention. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. Is there any further discussion? The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on CACR 9. Are you ready for the question? A roll call is required on a constitutional amendment in order to pass. 15 votes in favor are required. The clerk will call the roll, please.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innis.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chanley.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon is excused. Senator Altschiller
Yes.
and Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it 23-0. The motion is adopted and CACR 9 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 133 FN, an act relative to changing the date of state primary elections and creates a runoff election for a federal primary election. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-1. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 133 FN ought to pass, but I will be asking you to vote that down later in this speech. The bill provides, as amended, would change the state primary election from September to May and adjust the filing period accordingly, given the increase in party candidates over the last few elections, especially in the federal races. Support for nominees is divided into smaller percentages of voters. These changes will ensure that the candidates have a majority support of the parties that nominated them. Holding a primary in May will allow these nominees time needed to campaign before the election. again, after the committee voted on this, there have convinced enough of the committee members that we would like to see this bill re-referred, so I'm asking you to vote down the ought to pass, vote down the amendment, and we will make a further motion. But the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asked for your support and ought to pass on the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Is there further discussion? The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the committee amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The noes have it. Senator Gray is recognized for a motion.
Yes, sir. We would like to move floor amendments. And make sure I get the right one. Excuse me, we want to re-refer the bill. I think you need to vote down the ought to pass first. So we.
The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Gray has moved re-refer to committee. We will take a 30-second recess. I was not clear on the protocol here. So, Senator Gray has moved ought to pass, and he's going to speak on ought to pass, and asks.
All right, I will do that. Again, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, one of the things that we took out of the bill was the runoff election, but there are other things that we can do in this. The committee would like to have a little extra time with this. Motion of re-refer would be appropriate if the motion ought to pass fails.
Senator Gray has moved ought to pass, asked that it fails, so another motion can be introduced. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The noes have it. And now, Senator Gray.
I move re-refer.
Senator Gray moves re-refer on Senate Bill 133. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of re-refer to committee is adopted. Pardon me for the protocol mistake. Okay. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which is referred Senate Bill 221, an act enabling municipalities to adopt a property tax exemption for child daycare agencies. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by 3-2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. This again will be an interesting one. Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 221 inexpedient to legislate, but I will ask you to overturn that. This bill would have enabled municipalities to adopt property tax exemptions for child care agencies. Since COVID-19 pandemic, many small businesses have struggled to stay open due to the higher costs and staffing issues. While well-intentioned, this legislation would provide financial relief for only one sector of the businesses. Additionally, if enabled, could result in higher taxes for town residents in order to provide. There are many things in this bill. There are many ways to help, and so that there has been an amendment written that would have a study committee that we would be able to do if this motion is defeated. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee, however, requested your support of inexpedient to legislate in Senate Bill 221. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Is there any further discussion? The motion is on inexpedient to legislate. All in favor of that motion, please say aye. And opposed? The noes have it. Senator Gray now moves ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion or floor amendment? Senator Gray is recognized to introduce floor amendment 1256.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment 1256S for Senate Bill 221. This, as I stated before, does have a study committee which duties would be to look at the issues of child care and state licensing restrictions and feasible cost of municipal tax and other issues, and I would ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The bill, is there any further discussion on the floor amendment? Senator Prentice?
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank my colleagues from District 6, 16, and 14 for helping me do what we call in emergency medical services resuscitation. The initial bill, as was pointed out by many of my colleagues, although well-intended, there were many questions that still needed to be answered. So I appreciate the collegiality. I support this amendment, and I just want to take this moment to call out the creative partnership that the Upper Valley Business Alliance and legislative leaders in the Upper Valley, in working together, tried to find yet another tool to work or to dedicate to the child care workforce crisis that we're feeling and talking about in this body and in committees and in our communities all the time. So they've done excellent work on this. I appreciate the opportunity, the collegiality, and I'm in full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. The question is on adoption of floor amendment 1256. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing no further discussion, the question is on adoption of the ought to pass as amended motion on Senate Bill 221. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Okay, Senator Gray, if you could.
Third reading. Okay, the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 222, an act relative to the definition of broadband infrastructure as a revenue-producing facility eligible for municipal revenue bonds. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to committee by a vote of 4-1. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am asking that the re-refer motion be defeated so a different motion can be made, and I'm confident my colleague from District 3 will have some very good speech to give, and I'll ask you give that fair consideration. Thank you.
Okay, the bill is on second reading. Further discussion? Okay. Do you want to speak now or later, Senator? Later? Okay. The motion in front of us is re-refer. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The nays have it. And I'll recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
I move ought to pass.
Senator Bradley moves ought to pass. The bill is on second reading, open to further amendment and discussion. Senator Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank the body for overturning the re-refer motion. This Senate has spent a lot of time over the last several years trying to increase broadband access throughout our state. Not only in the more rural areas that I represent, but some of the urban areas that are not as effectively served with high-speed internet, which has become more and more indispensable in all of our lives. Our former colleague from Senate District 10, Senator Cont, introduced a number of pieces of legislation that would have allowed municipal bonding for broadband and would have allowed what are called communications districts. We all adopted legislation that I introduced, that Senator Hennessy introduced, that created the Broadband Matching Grant Initiative. And between those two initiatives, we've done a lot to try to expand broadband. This floor amendment seeks to do one small change that could affect the entire state, but for today only, deals with a communication district that the Carroll County Broadband, which obviously is my county, has put forward. 16 towns have an initiative on their March ballot to create a communications district. The 14 towns that have voted have all voted in favor of the communication district. And so my understanding is that's the only communication district at this point that has been authorized, and I'm assuming the other two towns, when they vote, will vote to join this communication district. And so what this floor amendment does is it narrows the scope of Senate Bill 222 rather dramatically. The original bill that I filed on behalf of Carroll County Broadband would have allowed municipal bonding for broadband in many different or several different ways. But if you look at the original bill, all that is remaining is the last section of the bill in the floor amendment, which deals with revenue bonds, which are very different than general obligation bonds. A general obligation bond is something that has to be backed by the taxpayers of that community. A revenue bond is paid for by the revenue of the users. And so what this floor amendment seeks to do is allow a communication district in an unserved area to be able to go forward with revenue bonds for that communication district. And as I said before, the only one thus far formed that I'm aware of is in Carroll County. But the residents of Carroll County have spoken and said that this is a good idea. And it may happen in counties that the rest of you represent too. So I would urge that we go forward with this floor amendment to give another option for development of high-speed internet in areas of the state that don't have it. The last part of the amendment updates the definition of broadband to 100 megabits per second download and 20 megabits per second upload. Even that, at this point, which is a federal definition, is somewhat antiquated, but at least it makes it consistent with the federal definition only. There was some opposition to this bill from the cable providers, but by narrowing the scope and focusing it on communication districts, it's my hope that this will provide a valuable option for areas of the state that are unserved, and I ask for the support of the floor amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Bradley has moved amendment 1241S. It is open for further discussion. Senator Prentice, you had a question. Perkins-Coie.
Surprise. With a question of my colleague from District 3, if I may. So originally as drafted, this bill I thought served a good purpose because part of the challenge was that in expanding broadband access to areas that were unserved, sometimes we had to go through areas that were served or underserved to truly reach the potential of this program. So I understand the amendment to be a replace all. Would my colleague perhaps just speak a little bit to the intent of the bill and whether that's still going to be accomplished through including this communication district?
Could you repeat that? I had
Yeah.
a hard time understanding. the
Absolutely. So my question ultimately is, how does our floor amendment specifically address making sure that these unserved areas can receive broadband infrastructure?
Because the way it's drafted is that you can use a revenue bond in a communication district. That is what's added here.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, so we don't, unlike the original bill, which thank you for co-sponsoring, would have changed the definition of unserved or strucken that from the bill. This just allows the communication district to move forward with a bond, a revenue bond. It is a compromise, and it is targeted obviously to communication districts only. I think the body should consider further legislation next year, but given that so many towns in Carroll County have voted for a communication district, I felt it was important to push this forward today, and we can further discuss with a new bill next year, the further implications.
Okay, just one follow-up, if I may, Chair?
Follow-up?
Okay, and so just to further enumerate this, just so we all feel comfortable what we're voting on, a communications district under 53G seems to be one or more towns that have decided to work together. And so to use a bond to finance broadband infrastructure, would this amendment allow that bond to apply not only to unserved areas, but potentially served and underserved areas as well?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before we move on to Senator Waters, who's on the list, we will ask Senator Murphy. I believe he has some guests to introduce.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to welcome to the chamber today some of my most important constituents, the fourth graders from Hooksett Memorial School. Please welcome them.
Welcome. Senator Waters.
Mr. President, I have a question for the senator from District 3.
Do you accept the question?
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. So this is following up a little bit on what we just heard in the previous question. So I have a community, Barrington, which has service throughout the community, but there are some areas that the service isn't very good. So they consider them underserved, and they came to me saying, well, why shouldn't we have the bonding authority to do that, since it's our money, basically. So I had some questions about the definitions here. First off, I know that a communication district needs to be at least 2 towns.
That's my understanding.
Yeah. So if there were a communication district set up under this bill that wanted to use its authority as a district to bond services that were underserved, would they be prevented from doing that because it just says unserved? Or is the way that this is structured to let them do the underserved if they so choose?
That is my understanding of the way this was drafted, that a communication district would be able to use revenue bonds to serve areas within that district that were under the auspices of a revenue bond, served or unserved.
Okay, thank you. And if I may follow up?
Absolutely.
So then, kind of a similar question on the second part of the bill, where you offer this definition of the 100 megabits. Yes, a little out of date, but nonetheless, if there was a community that was served, but the service was under 100 megabits, would they, would that put them in a gray area of whether that would, under this definition, now be an unserved area rather than an underserved area?
Under this definition, I believe they'd be an unserved area because which is appropriate because the speed is developing faster than you and I can answer this question with technology changes, and it's vitally important that whether it's broadband matching grant, whether it's the ARPA money that was used, that the governor introduced and the fiscal committee approved for the co-op and for consolidated, or whether it's the broadband matching grant or communication districts or even municipal bonding, increasing the speed to 120, which is probably low given technology improvement, but at least it matches the federal definition. And when we were debating the broadband grant initiative, we were talking about 25 and 3. So this would allow greater service.
So just to conclude, so you would agree then that the definition of broadband here, in a sense, preempts or governs any question about unserved or underserved?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Seeing no further discussion, are you ready for the question? All those in favor of floor amendment to 1241S, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The bill is on second reading and open to further amendment. Are there any further amendments? Seeing none, open for further discussion. Okay. And there's seeing no, are you ready for the question? Question is adoption of Senate Bill 222 as amended. And I think I've already said, are you ready for the question? So all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a 3-minute recess, please.
We'll be in recess for 3 minutes.
The Senate will please come out of recess without objection. Senate Bill 271 will be special ordered to the end of the calendar. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred, House Bill 79, an act establishing a committee to study the New Hampshire law relative to standards for farm products and marketing and grading commodities. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 79 ought to pass. House Bill 79 establishes a committee to study New Hampshire laws relative to standards for farm products and marketing and the grading of certain commodities. The committee will review RSA 426 and RSA 434 to ensure the following: if there is any consistency with current regulatory needs and practices, if there is any redundant or conflicting statutes, and if any statutes need to be transferred from one chapter to another to provide clarity or consistency. The Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support on the motion about to pass on House Bill 79. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 79. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 79, I apologize, is ordered to third reading. We'll move to the Committee on Finance, and the body will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred, Senate Bill 36 FN, an act relative to systems of care for healthy aging. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator D'Alessandro for the committee.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 36 FN ought to pass. This bill expands the state system of care for healthy aging. That's me, healthy aging. Increasing access to home and community-based services, establishes person-centered counseling programs through aging and disability resource centers, and makes appropriations to the Department of Health and Human Services for these purposes. Senate Bill 36 FN builds upon existing infrastructure to establish a comprehensive and coordinated system of care to ensure older adults and adults with disabilities will have the ability to receive the care they need in their homes and communities. This bill is intended to save money on Medicaid programs. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of SB 36 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 36. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senator Gray is recognized for a motion.
Move to table.
Senator Gray has moved to table. The motion is non-debatable. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Senate Bill 36 is laid on the table.
I'd just like to introduce my daughter. She's up in the balcony.
Oh.
And my granddaughter, Peony. They're up there in the balcony.
Thank you, Senator Avard.
Thank you.
The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred, Senate Bill 86 FN, an act relative to healthcare workforce development and making an appropriations therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 86 FN ought to pass. This bill makes an appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Services for Medicaid provider rate increases and directs the department to submit periodic reports to the Fiscal Committee on the rate increases, as well as provide a report relative to rural health and primary care personnel. Senate Bill 86FN directs the Office of Professional Licensure of Certification in consultation with DHHS to submit a report relative to community health worker certification and scope of practice. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 86FN, and we ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass. On Senate Bill 86, are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senator Gray.
Move to table.
Senator Gray has moved to table, which is non-debatable. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Senate Bill 86 is laid upon the table. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 104 FNA, an act to regulate online gambling and direct net proceeds to a community college education scholarship fund. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-2. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you again, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 104 FNA ought to pass with amendment. This bill authorizes casino games being offered over the internet, or iGaming, in the state of New Hampshire to be regulated by the New Hampshire Lottery Commission. Senate Bill 104 FNA also establishes the Community College Scholarship Program and accompanying fund. Proceeds received from online gaming wagering, less the administrative costs of the Lottery Commission, prizes paid, and payments for problem gambling services shall be deposited into the scholarship fund, and the fund shall be non-lapsing. The fund will provide financial support to New Hampshire residents to further their education through the community college system of New Hampshire. Both the university system and community college system sought to further define an eligible student and add a provision which would help strengthen the retention of students who may start their education at a local community college and then continue on at the university. The proposed fund will provide financial support to those who choose to transfer community college credits to the university system, including credits earned through dual and concurrent enrollment programs. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 104 FNA as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the committee amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there further discussion? Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition of the committee's recommendation. I'm trying to change someone else's mind. And first, I just want to say I do appreciate the intent of what SB 104 would do, and I certainly think that putting funding into the community college trust, there's obvious benefits to that. And I want to thank everyone who took the productive conversations I had. I think it's been great that at least we're focusing on education. I just keep falling back to my biggest concern, which are the charities that these gaming houses have been so generous towards, but these charities, what they've done is come to rely on that. In my district, these are organizations that support children, veterans. They deal with homelessness, lake associations. We're talking about animal shelters, schools, and I'm just not comfortable diluting that market to any extent. There's too much unknown for me. With online gaming, I know it's a kind of a newer thing that's coming around in the last 20 years. One country that did it at 15, 20 years later, about half their market is now the online gaming. And if that were to happen, and that would mean from the online gaming perspective, it's a successful operation because it's a market wants to expand. That's its goal. But at the expense of what? And I'm afraid that if it's at the expense of the charitable gaming houses, that it's the charities that will suffer. And I can't in good conscience support the bill, so I ask that you support me in opposing the ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Senator Rosenwald to speak.
Mr. President, I join my colleague from District 22 in opposition to the ought to pass with amendment motion. The nonprofits throughout our state have come to rely on charitable gaming as a lifeline to fund the important work they do, with the indispensable services that people and businesses depend on for education, conservation, entertainment, and much more. The passage of Senate Bill 104 would jeopardize the sustainability of these organizations, throwing off the economic balance that's currently in place. Beyond the instability that Senate Bill 104 would cause for nonprofit sector, it's clear to me that we should not make the ability for a person to go to college dependent on another person's entertainment. Our residents attend institutions like our community colleges in order to join our workforce, a workforce that is facing significant shortages. These shortages have hampered our economic growth as a state, and we've all been working together successfully this session to address the problem. However, if expanding the workforce is as important to the economy as we have said it is, then we should be funding the education of this future workforce through a stable, dependable funding mechanism via the state budget. Therefore, I ask my colleagues to vote against this ought to pass motion. Thank you.
The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Our last speaker, Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. So we've had a lot of discussion on this side about the online gaming, and I'd remind people that in 2019, we authorized sports betting. I was the prime sponsor of that bill, which had zero impact on our brick and mortar buildings. None of that money goes to charitable gaming. That money all goes to the state of New Hampshire and funds our K through 12. $67 million has been entered into our education trust fund because of sports gaming and supporting our education in the system. We've already established the principle of we use gaming, whether it's lottery or whether it's sports gaming, to fund our education trust fund on a regular basis. This bill seeks to expand that. As I look at this bill, and I'm just talking about the online gaming part, we came into an agreement where the electronic versions of games, HHR, the Lucky 7, those are not in this bill. These are table games only that are in this bill. Poker, blackjack, roulette, those kind of table games is what we're talking about. If you still want to go and play HHR, you must go to a brick and mortar location and have that money go to charity. Further, colleagues, I'd say that we came to an agreement. We offered in the RFP process, we are going to specify the fact that we are going to advertise for our brick and mortars based on geofencing, based on being available. So someone who's playing the online game, they will know where the closest brick and mortar, if they actually want to sit down at a table and play against another physical, in-presence human being, they can choose to do that. I'm going to switch over now and talk about the scholarship fund. So the scholarship fund, which was actually the impetus for this, I don't really care about charitable gaming, but if I tried to pass this bill by taking money out of the education trust fund, we'd be fighting about something completely different. And so I sought to find a new revenue stream to be able to support our workforce here in New Hampshire. So this bill in its participation will expand it so that even non-credit courses. So to the great senator from District 4, we just passed a bill talking about Great Bay Community College and putting in some programs that will support the clean energy programs. Again, from the senator of District 4, who seems to be very engaged in this conversation, we passed a bill about first responders and retention. This bill will help support that. So I'd urge you to understand that this bill supports not just students or adults that are heading towards a degree. It helps for even non-credit and short-term programs like the coding boot camp. So a 9-week program, you can go in, you can get a certification to be a computer programmer and immediately enter into the workforce. So I urge you to think of, while we've already established a principle that we use gambling for education, this expands it gambling for the purposes of our college system and supporting the programs in our college systems to quickly get our students and our citizens into the workforce as an educated workforce. I consider this bill a Jobs to Careers Act. It takes people who might be in just dead-end jobs and allows them to get educated, even if it is a low-paying dead-end job. They're qualified for the scholarship program and will be able to go to school and get a degree or a certificate that allows them to enter into a career instead of just a job. So I urge you to support this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Lang. I believe Senator Carson has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, for the senator from District 2.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Senator, we just heard our learned colleague from District 13 talk about how education shouldn't be funded based on someone's entertainment. Isn't it true that our education funding is based upon lottery proceeds?
Lottery proceeds, Ways and Means proceeds, liquor proceeds, yes. We fund a lot of our education based on consumer entertainment.
May I follow up, Mr. President? Thank you. Senator, thank you for taking the follow-up. In looking at this bill, were you able to look at other states that have adopted this type of gaming, online gaming, and the impact that it has had on charitable gaming in that state?
So again, New Hampshire is a little bit unique in that we don't have, a lot of states don't have a charitable gaming operation, but there are 6 states that have passed this. People usually point to New Jersey because New Jersey, after passage, did have a decrease in gross gaming revenue to the state. However, when you normalize the data, 2 casinos closed because they went bankrupt, and that was long before online gaming was passed. They were in financial trouble, and they ultimately went bankrupt. So when you normalize the data, there was no decrease in brick-and-mortar revenue that occurred in those 6 states.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Murphy, question or to speak?
Question of Senator Mr. 2. Thank you for taking the question. Just want to confirm your bill contemplates multiple vendors with competitive bidding process. We can expect some competition in the market?
Absolutely. The bill doesn't specify the number of vendors. It allows it to be open for as many who want to participate, and that'll be covered through the RFP process as it moves forward and ultimately decided by the Executive Council.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Abbas for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I can just ask one question from my colleague from District 2. Keep looking at this cheat sheet here. You mentioned in New Jersey that 2 of the casinos went bankrupt. Do you have any knowledge of why those casinos went bankrupt?
Only thing I know from attending a gambling conference out in Las Vegas was that they were in trouble before the online gaming was passed.
Follow-up? And was there any information on whether the online gaming contributed to the bankruptcy at all?
Well, as I said, the understanding was they were both in financial dyers prior to online gaming passing, and they finally filed bankruptcy in the next year.
Thank you.
The bill is on second reading. It's still open for further discussion. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I did not hear you. I apologize. All right, so there's a request for a division. Is there a request for a roll call? Is the request for a roll call seconded? Seconded by Senator Ward. Okay. The clerk will call the roll. The motion is on ought to pass.
With amendment.
As amended.
Senator Gendrew.
No.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innis.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon's excused. Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes. The roll call is 11 in favor, 12 opposed. Is there, I think Senator Carson would move for a recess.
Yes, Mr. President, you read my mind. 3-minute recess, please.
The Senate will come out of recess. I recognize Senator Avard for a motion.
Motion to reconsider?
Senator Avard has moved to reconsider the vote that we just took. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. So, we are back to the bill being on second reading and open for further discussion or question. Senator Murphy has a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question for District 2. Senator, thanks for taking the question. I just want to clarify one item. The next bill on the calendar, my understanding is that bill quintuples the bet allowed for charitable gaming facilities.
So absolutely, as the Ways and Means Committee looked at all the bills involving charitable gaming committee, the very next bill we have is an increase in wagers that will dramatically increase the revenues of charitable gaming operators and charitable gaming organizations.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, the bill is still on second reading. I don't see any further questions or discussion. A roll call has been requested by Senator Avard. Is it seconded? Seconded by Senator Innis. The clerk will call the roll.
Yeah, we have Whitley out. Do you want to wait?
Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Whitley is not here. We'll
right.
just wait a moment.
She ran to the restroom.
Yeah, it's fine.
Not this one.
Sorry, Senator Whitley, I didn't notice you were gone. Okay. Now we have all 23, I believe. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
No.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innis.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon is excused. Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it, 12 to 11. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, 12 to 11. Senate Bill 104 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 120 FN, an act relative to charitable gaming license applications, wagers, stakes, and bonds. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6 to 1. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Mr. President, with just a little bit of trepidation, I move Senate Bill 120 FN ought to pass. This bill makes numerous changes to definitions related to games of chance, the license application process for operators and charities, the regulation of games of chance, wager amounts, reporting requirements, and what constitutes theft by deception. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 120 FN, and we ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass. Seeing no further discussion, are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senate Bill 120 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 132 FN, an act prohibiting cities, towns from adopting sanctuary policies. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be ought to pass by a vote of 5 to 2. Senator Innis for the committee.
Senator Innis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 132 FN ought to pass. This bill prohibits any state or local government entity from establishing sanctuary policies. It will require the Attorney General's office to receive and enforce complaints for any violation of its provisions, including complaints from anonymous sources. Sanctuary cities and states prohibit cooperation between local law enforcement and federal agents. Given the situation at our borders with known terrorists and other unlawful immigrants coming across the border, it's critical that local authorities cooperate with ICE and other federal law enforcement officials. Governor Sununu has raised some concern about our northern border. This bill is about protecting our citizens, and it's about public safety. And I encourage the body to vote ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Innis. I believe Senator Susi wants a
Recess, Mr. President.
2-minute recess. The Senate will be in recess. The Senate will come out of recess. The first order of business is to recognize Senator Murphy to introduce some very special guests.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, please welcome with me the fourth graders from Hooksett Memorial School back to the Senate chamber. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. Welcome. Resuming where we left off, we are debating Senate Bill 132. Senator Innis has spoken, so the bill is on second reading. It's open for further discussion. Senator Gendro.
Last fall, I received a phone call from a gentleman in northern New Hampshire, Pittsburgh, of course, on the Canadian border, and that's part of my district. I've got 58 towns in my district, and that is the northernmost town. So he gave me a call, and he said, I need to go over something with you. He said, we have a real problem up here. So he said, would you come up? Would you walk the border with me, part of the border? He's got a huge farm, hundreds of acres, also a young family. And he said, I've got to, I want to walk the border with you, part of it, and I want to show you what is going on. So we went up, and the interesting thing is you have to go into Vermont to get back into New Hampshire, where he lives. That's how far up north it is. And he said, before I take you on the border, because it does border Canada, and the only thing that separates his farmland from Canada is a very shallow stream. It's called Hull Stream. So he said, I just want to let you know, this is where they walk across. But he said, even weirder than that, they set up codes. So he said, one day I was going to work, and I saw this stick in the road, and way, way out in the country, as you can well imagine, dirt road. He said, they set up a stick in the road, and I thought it was very odd. Well, at the time he didn't say they, but there was a stick in the road. And so he came home, and he kicked it off to the side, and came back, and the stick was there. So he asked his wife about it. He said, do you see anything strange about that? She goes, no. In fact, he thought that she would think he was weird. But he said, no, it's real. There's some sort of code going on. And so the next day, when he headed off to work, that stick was in the road. It was like it was pointing in a direction. So he kicked it back off, and this happened like for 3 or 4 days. He got a hold of Border Patrol, which, by the way, are very slim up on the northern border now. There's minimal protection up there. He was able to set up some cameras. They did catch some, and they're not just coming across the border, they're carrying a lot of drugs with them. And they've caught him with backpacks. And this is across his farmland. So they've caught him with backpacks. And by the way, one of those that came across the border was one of the ones that also ran into the Twin Towers. So, in fact, the ironic thing is he traveled that route. He somehow got a ride in Pittsburgh. A state trooper stopped the car, this one pilot that ended up flying into the Twin Towers. So they're coming across, and they're also bringing drugs with them. I mean, we had one recently that just died. He had passed away, and it's in that area. So that's what they call the Swanton Strip. Well, that is part of my district, and they are coming across. There's not much protection. So I mean, I do not support as far as the sanctuary cities. So I think we need to have better, and I know we're working on it, more and stronger border patrol. So it's not just at the southern border, where they're coming across in Vermont, northern Vermont, also northern New Hampshire, and they're making their way down, and they're bringing even the new sorts of drugs with them. I guess the newest one is the zombie fentanyl. That's the newest one that is coming across the border. So I urge us to, I would say, vote. What do I want to vote? Vote yes. on prohibiting the sanctuary cities. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gendro. Senator Perkins Quokka.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in fervent opposition to the motion about to pass on SB 132. I'm deeply disappointed that the Senate has continued to move forward on this bill, especially in the past few years, as we've shown that New Hampshire is not immune to the rise in national hate speech. In fact, we've shown that even in some of our most welcoming communities, such as my home city of Portsmouth, we have seen events that show that there's hate speech feeling more welcome, feeling more forward, and it's a direct result of the rhetoric and actions of our leaders, which we are, across the country. The reality of SB 132 is that it disparages certain groups of people who come to New Hampshire. This is dangerous, not only to those groups of people, but dangerous to our country. It's dangerous to our democracy. Forcing our communities to target specific groups of people against the wishes of our local government and police departments will only break down the trust that has been painstakingly built and will make many situations more dangerous for all parties involved. It cannot be ignored that this bill was brought to us straight out of Washington, D.C. I sat in the hearing. I saw someone from the Federation for American Immigration Reform come sit in our hearing room here in New Hampshire and talk about this bill. We know this group has ties nationally. We know that they have connection to white supremacist rhetoric, to being anti-immigrant. We know that the Anti-Defamation League has written a report for us that talks about mainstreaming hate. It says, while the majority of anti-immigrant sentiment in the U.S. emanates from fringe groups, there are a number of well-established anti-immigrant groups that we all know about. That includes this Federation for American Immigration Reform. So a number of these groups, while attempting to position themselves as legitimate advocates against illegal immigration, use stereotypes, conspiracy theories, and outright bigotry to disparage immigrants and hold them responsible for societal ills. All of this is just deeply disturbing. You know, if you travel the world like I have, so many people around the world are just like us. They're just trying to make their way in the world. They're trying to raise their family. They're trying to do what's right for their children. They're trying to eat an honest meal. And it's really bothersome to kind of continuously hear this anti-immigrant rhetoric. And it's also bothersome to know that we as a body, you know, are sort of entertaining legislation that is brought by groups that we know are using this rhetoric in a harmful way. So, you know, beyond all of that, I think we have to recognize that in its technical nature, this bill takes local control away. And I know there's many in this body who, you know, use local control as something that they stand for. And in sort of taking the role of the state and placing it in place of what our local law enforcement can do, we know we're not only going to take that control away from our police departments, but we're also going to endanger migrant groups and law enforcement. And ultimately, we're just going to increase tension on this issue. I mean, it's not what our state needs. I think we need to refocus ourselves on working together as a body on issues that really make a difference to our constituents, instead of sort of spreading this rhetoric further, and instead of working on issues, you know, that are not needed. And frankly, you know, I just am concerned that we're bringing pieces of legislation that are just for political talking points. So I think for the best interest of our state, I would ask you as my colleagues to vote no on the motion about to pass on 132. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Quokka. The bill is still on second reading. Further discussion. Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. I already said this once, I'll just say it again. Yeah, white supremacy, not a huge fan, still aren't today, of a person like myself. And I've been on the receiving end of their hateful comments. We're letting the political rhetoric get the best of us in this chamber right now. I can hear it saying that we're targeting immigrants. Highly insulting to suggest that. I have family members. I have 2 uncles, an aunt who immigrated to this country. My father, God rest his soul, immigrated to this country the lawful way, the legal way. That is being lost in this conversation. We're not targeting all immigrants. That is a mischaracterizing what is happening here. If you are here lawfully and you are not violating the law, this will not affect you any way whatsoever. This applies to someone who is now in the custody of the state. To be in the custody of the state, you have to violate our state law, or there's an arrest warrant for you issued in the state of New Hampshire, which means there was probable cause that you violated a law in this state. Once you're in custody or there's that arrest warrant out for your arrest, at that point in time, the police would have the option to honor a detainer request. The discretion, it's their choice to honor it, not that they shall ignore it. We're not permitting that. If there's an issue involving a national security concern, we're not going to say, well, we have to ignore that detainer request. That's what this is about. It's not authorizing police to go arrest people who are in public unless there's a state law violate, a state warrant, not just a detainer request. That's what this does. So they hear all this and white supremacy. The sanctuary policy that's in this bill, I know who wrote it. It was me. I wrote it with the consultation of 2 other state representatives that are in the other chamber last term. You want to know how I know that? Because I was there when it was written. So anyone to say a white supremacist group influence, that is just inaccurate because I wrote it. I mean, simple as that. So keep saying that all you want. Go check. You can do a right to know in the public server. That's where it is. I used that email for a reason. I wrote it, not a white supremacist group. I do not consult with those groups. I don't need their help to write legislation. And I won't consult with them because, frankly, I'm not sure they want to consult with me either. But were we hearing what's going on at the border of our country? It is a crisis. Over 6 million people have come over the border illegally in the last couple of years. What can we do as a state? What are our options here? Think about that. Well, we can't make the federal government enforce their laws. We can't make them secure the border. We can ask them to, and we have asked. It's not working. Drugs, human trafficking, that's what's happening. And in addition to that, you have people here now that are committing crimes, violating laws after they get here. I'm not talking about how they entered the country and their status. They're violating our state law. So that not only are they not here legally, we're not talking about lawful immigrants again. We're not talking about people who immigrated to this country and are now United States citizens. We're not referring to that. You're telling me that it's inappropriate to have the discretion of whether to honor a detainer request. That's all that this does. And it specifically has language forbidding discrimination in there. I'm happy that that was in there. That, I will admit, I didn't write that part. That was already in there. But that's important to me, that we're not going to discriminate. And if you think immigrants only look one certain way, you're wrong. You can be any color and be an immigrant. So it keeps saying that we're targeting people. That is wrong. And this is about public safety. And one way to do that is to stop the illegal flow of drugs coming into this country. And for the people who do bring the illegal substances into the country, we should be able to address those people once they're here, if we want, not offer them safe haven. Simple as that. So please support me in joining me with the ought to pass motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abetz. The bill is on second reading, still open for discussion. Senator Altshuler, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise against the ought to pass motion, and honestly, my neck hurts. It really hurts because last year, this body supported House Bill 1178, and the governor signed it in June, and it created a new statute prohibiting New Hampshire State Police and local law enforcement from cooperating in FBI or Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms investigations into federal firearms rules. Prohibit. Can't get involved with anything federal. And now, less than a year later, it seems we got whiplash because 132 does the exact opposite. In this bill, on page 2, line 27, no government entity, local government entity, or law enforcement agency shall knowingly enact, issue, adopt, promulgate, enforce, permit, endorse, maintain, or have in effect any sanctuary policy. So much for local control. But in the signed version of 178, the state of New Hampshire
a political subdivision of this state, or any person acting under the color of state, county, or municipal law shall be prohibited from using any personnel or financial resources to enforce, administer, or cooperate with any law, act, rule, order, or regulation of the United States government or executive order of the President of the United States that is inconsistent with any law of this state regarding the regulation of firearms, ammunition, magazines, or the ammunition feeding devices, firearm components, firearm supplies, or knives. So to be clear, just to try to justify this, we're going to protect the guns at all costs, and now we're going to jump into immigration law at the local level, particularly, specifically, targeting those cities and towns that have voted not to engage with federal immigration and customs enforcement. If there is any consistency between these laws, between that law and this one as proposed, it is clear as mud. And it looks like mud season starts now.
Thank you, Senator Altshuler. The bill is on second reading. Senator Abbas with a question.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. It's to my colleague from District 24.
No, thank you.
Senator Altshuler does not yield to a question. Senator Carson to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's sad to hear that our colleague from District 24, his head is going back and forth and seems to be a little confused. When we passed that legislation, it was to protect New Hampshire's and recognize our constitutional right to own a gun. And I do not want to confuse this discussion because there was talk about the Biden administration confiscating people's guns in violation of the Second Amendment. That's why that was passed. That is why. But we are not here today to talk about guns. We are here talking about illegal immigration into our country. Illegal immigration. Let's be very, very clear on that. New Hampshire welcomes legal immigrants. We welcome them into our communities, into the fabric and the culture of New Hampshire. So again, let's be very clear about that. The other thing I want to be really clear about, Mr. President, is the fact New Hampshire is not a home rule state. Okay? Very, very important in our Constitution. When you talk about federalism, the agreements between the federal government and the state, when you talk about federalism concerning the state and the municipalities, each one has duties and obligations. But in some areas, it's silent. It is silent, and this is one of those areas. So what this bill attempts to do is to pass a state law concerning illegal immigration. We know we have sanctuary cities. The people have voted, and that's because the Constitution is very clear. But in this particular area, maybe it is a little muddy out there, and this is an attempt to clear that up, to make it well known that this is not going to be a haven for illegal immigrants. During the last election, we had many candidates for federal office go down to the border, and they all realized our southern border is out of control. That is now happening at our northern border. In fact, Mr. President, a few years ago, we passed legislation in this body, in this chamber, that would allow local police officers to assist the federal agents up on the northern border because they didn't have enough. And Mr. President, recently, our commissioner of the Department of Safety went to Washington to meet with the Biden administration to ask if our state troopers can be deputized to help with this issue. So either we are going to be a place where we are going to allow illegal immigrants to come here, or we're not. We believe in the law here. And I want to make it very, very clear that we are not targeting individuals. These are people that are breaking the law, and they're breaking federal law. But our federal government, for whatever reason, can't get its act together and address this issue. So now it's starting to fall on individual states. And there's a lot of tension there between the two. But we need to get this issue resolved. But in the meantime, the border, people are just coming right across. And so what are they bringing? What are they bringing with them? Well, we know that they're bringing drugs. And we're not talking about marijuana. We're talking about serious, serious drugs. Human trafficking. There was testimony concerning human trafficking. Children being trafficked across into the state of New Hampshire. Mr. President, I personally can't stand by and allow that to happen. We are in a situation where we have to do something. One of our colleagues during a speech said it was deeply disturbing that we are going to target immigrants. And again, I use the word illegal immigrants, not legal immigrants. But if you go around the world, take a look at the immigration policies of other countries. They're very strict. And there are severe penalties for people that break that law. I would caution people about that. And again, I just think that this is a common sense policy to begin to address where Washington has failed us. They have failed us as a nation, and they have failed us as a state by not doing anything to address this issue. So, Mr. President, I'm going to ask the body to join me in supporting House Bill 132. Thank you. Excuse me, Senate Bill 132. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. I recognize Senator Whitley to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in strong opposition to Senate Bill 132. And I have to start that I am disappointed, I am saddened that the rhetoric that we hear around the country and our national politics has invaded this chamber. This is not what we are about in New Hampshire. We are not talking about the southern border. That's not applicable here in New Hampshire, right? This law, this bill, has been justified by the incorrect and the inflammatory myth that immigrants are streaming across our northern border and committing heinous crimes. That this is completely untrue, it's unfair, and it's inflammatory to our immigrant community that has contributed so much to our state. What is the message we are sending our immigrant community with this bill? We are saying, stay out of New Hampshire. When, because of our workforce, because of our lack of diversity, we should be opening our doors and doing everything possible to welcome different communities. I think it's important to note that this bill, driven by political rhetoric and myths, also has extreme consequences on our public safety. It would intrude on the local autonomy of our police departments to make their own decisions and their own priorities about safety. Because under this bill, they'd be mandated to comply with requests by the federal government to detain people believed to be undocumented, regardless of their other priorities. This is not who we are. And what's the point of this bill? Who's asking for this? It feels political in nature, when instead, this body should be doing what we do so well, which is focusing on improving people's lives, helping children who don't have enough to eat, shoring up our workforce and our local economy, supporting our local communities. We should be listening to the stakeholders who say that this bill is wrong for New Hampshire. The immigrant rights advocates, several police officers, the Municipal Association, the Roman Catholic Diocese, all opposed to this bill. As the Roman Catholic Diocese of Manchester said at the hearing, the Department of Safety, the New Hampshire Chiefs of Police, the state police, they're not shy about asking the legislature for what they need in order to protect the people of New Hampshire. But they haven't asked for this bill. They are not concerned with this issue. So who are you doing the bidding for? I think when you look at the core of this issue, this bill is about apprehending undocumented individuals, right, who have committed crimes. It's about compelling local officials to target and detain individuals who the federal government may think is undocumented, regardless of if there's any evidence of criminal behavior. This bill is wrong for New Hampshire, and I urge the body to vote no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Lee. Senator Susi to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to get back to the text of the bill that's before us. There's obviously a lot that's been said about who this impacts, who wants this bill, what it's about. I do, at hearings, try to make sure to listen to local people. And as was said, law enforcement, they didn't ask for this bill. The Roman Catholic Diocese, they didn't ask for it. Our immigration advocates didn't ask for it. The Municipal Association, they didn't ask for it. As a matter of fact, they characterized the legislation as a state mandate, which will inevitably lead to litigation and impose costs on our taxpayers. So I go back to what is it that we are trying to accomplish, what's the goal, and what's here before us on the iPad. And what I'm still troubled with is, what I'm troubled by is I don't know of a police department that has been asked to work with federal agents that has refused. I've never heard that. I've never heard that at a hearing. I've never heard of a local police department. So I live in Manchester. Chief in Manchester, I know, regularly complies and works with other law enforcement agents. Has anyone ever heard of him refusing to work with other law enforcement agents? I'm not aware of that happening. There is collaboration. These things do happen. But what I do know is that the chief of the city of Manchester knows more about what's happening in Manchester on a daily basis and on an hourly basis. So if he gets a call and he's asked to detain someone, and he's got an event going on at Fisher Cat Stadium, an event going on at the SNU Arena, some parade, some other activity, and the department is in the midst of some major crime investigation and potential apprehension, I think he's better suited to make a decision about when and if he can detain one individual that he received a call from one federal agent about. This is about what our folks at the local level that we hire and trust and that we work with. This is about their decision making. And as I said, I haven't heard about anyone not making a decision to assist where there is an issue with the federal government calling on them. And I also find something very curious, and this hasn't been mentioned here yet, but if this is just about enabling our law enforcement to cooperate and our communities to cooperate, why then on the bottom of page 2, starting on line 31 and then going on to page 3, why do we have a complaint process that if we're failing to comply could result in a complaint going to the Attorney General's office and the Attorney General going to court to file a writ of mandamus? A writ of mandamus is when you tell government, you're not doing your job, you have to do it. Now, I've heard this is just about whether communities adopt policies. What if a community didn't adopt a policy, but my good chief in Manchester says, hey, this is not the time. Look, I'll help you when I can help you, but I can't right now because I have too many other things, and I have to balance the safety, the immediate safety of my Manchester residents with this one issue, this one detainer. What if somebody files a complaint? Because they think that he's not doing his job. Really? We're gonna charge the Attorney General with accepting these complaints? And let me also note that the complaint doesn't have to identify who's making it. This says the complaint can be anonymous. So anonymous people are now going to be second guessing our local law enforcement? Does that make any sense? I mean, these are people that we know, we trust. If somebody's not doing their job in law enforcement, there are certainly enough provisions in our laws to ensure that they do. And any person who's been directly aggrieved by law enforcement has the ability to go get some remedy through the court system. But why, if all we're doing is saying local, cooperate with federal government, well, why do we need this complaint process? What does this have to do with it? Who do we not trust here? This legislation, I think, is ill-conceived, and we can talk about where it came from, who it came from, how it's going to affect people, but what it's really going to do is undermine the good work of local law enforcement. And one of the things local law enforcement said, besides the fact they had reservations, is that in communities where we have a number of immigrants coming in, they have worked very hard to develop relationships with the immigrants in their community. Manchester, we have one of our one of our police commissioners came in. She testified. She works with lots of folks who are immigrants. She's an immigrant herself. We want to build trust in our communities. We have that trust in our local communities. This does nothing to help. This only undermines that. So why are we rushing to judgment and supporting this? I still think this is a solution in search of a problem. Because as I said, go back to what I said in the beginning, nobody's identified a problem where local law enforcement isn't helping federal law enforcement. So let's put this issue to rest. This isn't the time to do this. This doesn't send a good message about who we are as a state. So I'd ask my colleagues to vote against the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 132. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. Senator Rosenwald to speak.
Mr. President, I'd like to talk for a moment about the northern border. Just last month, my husband and I were coming back from Quebec. We went to the Canadian Ski Marathon in Western Quebec, and on Monday, about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we were crossing back into the United States from Vermont, from that big border station on the highway. And we were stopped because they didn't like my Senate plates on my car. We were forced to go inside the CBP station at 1 o'clock on a Monday afternoon, and we were told, sit down and wait here. There were at least 11 officers in uniform in that building that day at 1 o'clock on a Monday afternoon, and I think there were 2 other people besides my husband and me who were pulled aside at the border, legally crossing back into the United States. And at the end of 20 minutes, a guy beckons me over and says, okay, you can go. So I ask him politely, why did we have to come inside? And he said, because your veterans' 13 plates were reported stolen. Let's think about this for a moment. I had New Hampshire Senate 13 plates on my car. And because somebody, and it turned out it was in Tilton, had their veterans' plates, number 13, stolen, They wouldn't let us back into the United States. I'm not even going to go down the road of understanding the difference between a senator and a veteran, but I hope we will think about the fact that at least 10 or 11 people in uniforms on a Monday at 1 o'clock were working in there and made us go inside because my veterans' plates had been reported stolen. So I don't think this bill is the right thing. The police chief in Nashua, which has a very diverse community, has not asked me to support this bill. He hasn't said anything about it. And I hope he will say no. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. I think Senator Lang has a question of?
From District 22.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. So my question is that there's been a lot of conversation about the politicization of law enforcement and how we're using law enforcement as a political tool nowadays. As I understand this bill, this does exactly the opposite, that it leaves law enforcement to make the decision at their own discretion based on the laws and the conditions that they're engaged in. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. That's actually exactly what it does, and it does not mandate that they comply with a federal request every single time. They just can't have a policy saying we ignore it, which normally that type of directive is done in a public forum.
Thank you for answering my question.
Thank you.
Senator Birdsell for a question.
The good senator from District 14.
Senator Carson.
Yes, I'll take the question.
Thank you for taking my question. So it's been said that safety didn't ask for this, but with Commissioner Quinn going down to DC and asking for our state police to be deputized, isn't that some form of acknowledgement that we have a problem at the northern border?
Thank you for the question. I would definitely agree with you on that. I think it is a recognition that we are starting to have a real problem on our northern border.
Thank you.
Senator Avard to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. The question was asked, what is the message that we're sending? We're sending a message that New Hampshire is a state of laws. There's illegal and there's legal. There are 4 to 6 million people that have crossed the border just in this last term illegally. Somebody's got to absorb that cost. And there are people that have come over legally. They're offended by this because they've gone through the route of 5, 6, 10 years of going through the process of doing whatever they had to do to become a citizen the legal way. And people are jumping the fence and jumping in line, and they're offended. How do I know that? Because I talk to them. And I'm in those communities. I talk to them. And you know what? There are other senators in this room that have actually tried to help individuals do it the legal way. Senator from District 2, Senator from District 9, Senator from District 17, and myself, writing letters on behalf of individuals who have work permits, work visas, trying to get their green card, helping them in the process the right way. We need reform. We need to make it more easier for people to do it the legal way. I agree. But nobody's discriminating because of a race or anything in this room that I know of. And I'm offended by that because I've never heard anything racial in anybody come out of this room. There are people that we can enjoy their culture when they come over and they share what they have, whether from India, from Africa, from Turkey, from around the globe. We can benefit from that, and nobody disputes that. We want to come the legal way, not jump in line from those who do it the illegal way. And for some reason, we can't just get those two little words right. Illegal, legal. I think it's disingenuous not to use the proper words. There is a Bible verse. Let us not love in word, neither in tongue, but in deed and in truth. Let's help those who want to come the legal way and become citizens and productive in our communities the legal way. Lawlessness breeds crime. Crime costs the taxpayers money. That was brought up. Law enforcement, there's going to be some kind of burden on law enforcement, and it's going to cost the taxpayers. Well, wait a minute. The municipalities have to absorb the cost of taking care of individuals that have come over here illegally. And, you know, my colleague from District 14 said something about the sex traffickers and child traffickers, and come on, doesn't that just alarm people? We're going to let this happen? Say, hey, welcome. Hey, we're okay with you. No. No. I support this bill, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Avard. I believe we are on our final speaker, Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank everybody once again for having a really spirited debate. I think we all benefit when we have these types of debate, and especially the people of the state of New Hampshire that are listening to us this afternoon. I'd like to point out a couple of things, Mr. President, that was given in testimony. The fact that at New Hampshire's northern border, encounters with illegal immigrants are up 197%. That should be alarming to everyone. It really, really should be. And again, it's been mentioned here, Mr. President, that our own Commissioner of Safety has gone down to Washington to ask permission to deputize our state police. Do we wait until it becomes a crisis, or do we act now? And I'd like to thank my colleague from District 12, sorry. I'm bringing up the point about the play on words. I think it's very important because what we have here is a discussion. One side's talking illegal immigration, the other side is talking legal immigration. What we are talking about is illegal immigration. Our federal law has standards for legal immigration, and we open our doors for people. We want them, we need them. But we have an issue with illegal immigration. Again, I don't want people who are listening to us to be confused about this. We are starting to have a problem. So do we wait? Do we wait and allow it to get out of control? Or do we tackle it now? And what we're trying to do is tackle this very issue now. And I kind of chuckled a little bit when my colleague from District 13 talked about the trouble she encountered. Well, I think I got a better one, Mr. President. A few years ago, my husband and I went into Canada. We were going to Nova Scotia. And I had Senate plates on the car as well. They stopped us even before we got to the border. We didn't have a nice room to go into. We were made to stand out in the pouring rain while they searched our car and even put the little mirrors underneath to look to see if there was some sort of incendiary device or we were transporting something underneath the car. Even though we had our passports. We had to show your passport to go into Canada. So they're doing their job to protect Canadian citizens. Why can't we do our job to protect American citizens? And that's what this bill is trying to do. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Whitley for a question.
Like from District 18.
Senator Susi, do you yield?
Thank you. So I have to address this conversation about the difference between illegal and legal immigration. And what I'm hearing from everyone is that the reason we need this is because we have a problem with illegal immigration in New Hampshire. So I'm on the Judiciary Committee. I have not heard one chief of police, one member of state police say that we have a problem with illegal immigration. As a senator from Manchester, have you heard from any law enforcement that in New Hampshire, we have a problem with illegal immigration.
Thank you, Senator. I have not heard any specific comment about illegal immigration from local law enforcement. What I did try to address in my own comments is that I know that on occasion, local law enforcement in Manchester will assist federal law enforcement with an immigration issue. But I want the decision about whether or not to deal with this illegal immigration issue to be determined on a case-by-case basis based on what's happening in our community.
Follow-up? Thank you. Thank you for taking a follow-up. And in your conversations with Manchester law enforcement or law enforcement around the state, have you heard that there is rampant criminal activity or even any criminal activity that's particularly troubling in a trend from these so-called illegal immigrants? Have you heard about that?
Well, not specific to illegal immigrants. I mean, there certainly is criminal activity. I do hear about it in Manchester. There is a concern about certain types of drugs coming in, but not identified to any particular group of people, just that it's happening.
Thank you.
Senator Abbas to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank my colleague. One thing that we do agree on with my colleague from District 18 is that I too want law enforcement to be able to address situations on a case-by-case basis, and this ensures that they can do that in every single circumstance, regardless of what community they're in. I just want to address the word sanctuary. You keep hearing that, and you hear about a bill last term, 1178, that's been signed to law involving firearms. If you look at that, and I also helped write that, so I'm very familiar with it. I did my homework here. If you go to the second paragraph, there is an exception if there is a violation, if there's reason to believe there's a violation of state law. What does this require? A violation of state law. Same exception. So I think we're being rather consistent here on what we're doing. And you're going to see another bill that has I might not call it a sanctuary policy, but wait till those cannabis bills come over here. You're going to see some more sanctuary language, very similar. So please support me, and the ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass. I know a roll call has been requested by Senator Soucy, seconded by Senator Avard. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innis.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon's excused. Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it, 13 to 10. Senate Bill 132 is ordered to third reading. I think this would be a good time to break for lunch, which will be in room 100. I would ask Republicans to be in the third floor conference room at 1 o'clock, and we'll hope to be back in session by 1:30. So the Senate will be in recess until 1:30. Good afternoon again. The Senate will come out of recess. We are on the Committee on Finance at Senate Bill 140. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 140 FN, an act relative to establishing a program for the recruitment of educators. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 140 FN ought to pass. This bill establishes an educator recruitment grant program to be administered by the Department of Education and appropriates $5 million in remaining funds from the American Rescue Plan, ARPA, or the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, ESSER, or general funds if the federal funds are not available. All expenditures are assumed to occur in either FY 2024 or FY 2025. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 140 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to table.
Senator Gray has moved to table Senate Bill 140. It's non-debatable. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Senate Bill 140 is laid upon the table. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 145 FN, an act relative to New Hampshire Housing Champion designation for municipalities and making an appropriations therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 145 FN ought to pass. This bill establishes a New Hampshire Housing Champion designation program, including a housing production municipal grant program and a housing infrastructure municipal grant, along with appropriations for the programs. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 145 FN and asks for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 145. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to table.
Senator Gray moves to table Senate Bill 145. It's non-debatable. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Senate Bill 145 is laid upon the table. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 153 FNA, an act establishing a law enforcement officers, professional firefighters, emergency medical technician career development, recruitment, and retention program and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 153 FNA ought to pass. This bill establishes in the community college system of New Hampshire the New Hampshire Law Enforcement Officers, Professional Firefighters, and Emergency Medical Technicians Career Development, Recruitment, and Retention Program. To the extent of available funds, these first responders may receive reimbursement upon successful completion for the cost of one course per semester, including required fees in a degree program at a New Hampshire community college. Senate Bill 153 FN creates a dedicated fund for the program and appropriates $2 million in general funds in fiscal year 2024. In addition, the bill establishes a committee to develop criteria and procedures for approval of requests for course reimbursement, allocation of available funds, and student debt payment. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 153 FNA and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. The bill is now on second reading, open for further discussion. Is there any? Seeing none, the questions on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 153. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senator Gray.
Move to table.
Senator Gray has moved to table, non-debatable. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Senate Bill 153 is laid on the table. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 218 FNA, an act establishing an early educator professional development grant. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator D'Alessandro for the committee.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 218 FNA ought to pass. This bill establishes an early educator professional development grant program to be administered by the Department of Education, which would provide grants to match local school districts or Title II funds utilized for the purpose of fulfilling the professional development activities in districts. While SB 218 FN does not require the department to request $500,000 per year for this program, this bill provides neither authorization for a new position nor any appropriation for the position or the grant program. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 218 FNA and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The bill is on second reading. It's open for further discussion. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senate Bill 218 is ordered to third reading. The clerk will be attentive, please, to the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 237 FN, an act relative to child care scholarship program making an appropriation. Therefore, having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 237 FN ought to pass. This bill modifies the Child Care Scholarship Program, establishes a child care workforce program, and a regional fingerprinting support program. Appropriations for the fingerprinting support program, the New Hampshire Employment Program, and Family Assistance Program established in RSA 167:83, and an appropriation to the Community College System of New Hampshire for the purpose of providing scholarships and program support for early childhood education programs are all included in Senate Bill 237 FN. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 237 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. The bill is on second reading. It's open to further discussion. Senator Whitley.
Mr. President, I rise briefly in support of the ought to pass motion. I want to thank the Finance Committee for their work on this and support of this bill and the body. I think this bill is the culmination of so many different stakeholders who came together with real solutions to solve the child care crisis, and I just thank the body for recognizing the connection between New Hampshire's economic stability, what's necessary for our working families, and solving the child care crisis. And I think this bill goes a long way to do that. So I ask for your continued support of Senate Bill 237. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The bill is still on second reading. It's open for further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 237. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Senator Gray. Senator Gray has moved to table Senate Bill 237. It's non-debatable. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Senate Bill 237 is laid upon the table. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 239 FN, an act relative to the use of harm reduction services to treat alcohol and other substance misuse. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 239 FN ought to pass. This bill defines alcohol and other drug misuse prevention programs under RSA 12-J to include harm reduction services. Senate Bill 239 FN directs the Department of Health and Human Services to establish and administer statewide access points for delivery of substance use services and supports. It expands the syringe services program as authorized in RSA 318-B:43 to include harm reduction supplies and provides funding for the same upon consultation with the Governor's Commission on Alcohol and Other Drugs. Lastly, the bill addresses license renewal criteria for physicians and physicians' assistants. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 239 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. The bill is on second reading. It's open for discussion. Seeing none, are you ready for the question, which is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 239. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senate Bill 239 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 241 FN, an act relative to graduated public assistant programs. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 7-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 241 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill directs the Department of Health and Human Services, the Housing Finance Authority, New Hampshire Employment Security, and the Department of Energy to study the creation, funding, and implementation of graduated public assistance programs to complement existing programs within the state. The committee amended the bill to appropriate funds to DHHS for the purpose of studying mitigation of the cliff effect in administration of public assistance programs. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of SB 241 as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the committee amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading still and is open for further discussion. Seeing none, the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 241. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to table.
Senator Gray has moved to table. It's non-debatable. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Senate Bill 241 is laid upon the table. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 242 FN, an act relative to Medicaid direct certification. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 7-0. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 242 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill directs the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Education to participate in the demonstration projects for states to evaluate the impact of using Medicaid eligibility data to directly certify students for free and reduced price school meals administered by the USDA. The committee amended the bill to make a necessary technical correction. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 242 FN as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion of the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 242. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to table.
Senator Gray has moved to table, which is non-debatable. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Senate Bill 242 is laid upon the table. So without objection, this is what I'm going to propose. Or do you want to recess? Yes, Mr. All right. The Senate will be in recess for 2 minutes. The Senate will come to order, and please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 238 FN, an act relative to the use of telemedicine to treat mental health conditions. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Prentice for the committee.
Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 238 permits doctors and nurse practitioners to use telemedicine to prescribe medication to treat mental health conditions. This is a continuation of a COVID-19 pandemic-era practice that has made mental health treatment available to a wider portion of the population. The committee heard testimony about the safety protocols that are in place. This is an important policy that will help our providers address the continuing mental health crisis in our state and continue access for patients to this care when the national public health emergency ends in May. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading and is open for discussion and amendment. Senator Carson for a floor amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move Amendment number 1254S, and may I speak to my amendment?
Senator Carson is recognized to speak to floor amendment 1254.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we all know just how important telemedicine became during the pandemic, and I do think this is a practice that is well worth continuing. But you kind of run into a little bit of difficulty when you're talking about mental health. We've heard from our constituents who receive telehealth through mental health, but because it's not really recognized for mental health here in New Hampshire, it's difficult for them to receive treatment. Those that live along the border actually have to go into, say if they're practitioners from Massachusetts, they have to go into Massachusetts. This will make it easier for our constituents to access mental health services. And this bill is, this amendment is basically clarifying language. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Is there a motion to divide the question? Yes. Senator Susi.
I thought there might be another speaker on this amendment, Mr. President. I apologize. I would request that we divide the question on Senate Bill 238's floor amendment, number 1254, and divide out first section 2, 4, and 6 for the first vote, and then the balance on the second vote.
Thank you, Senator Susi. The chair rules the question is divisible. The first vote will be on sections 2, 4, and 6. Does everybody understand the question? Does everybody understand the division? Are you ready for the question? Senator Avard has requested a roll call. Is it seconded? Seconded by Senator Pearl. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innis.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chanley.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon's excused. Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes, the ayes have, by a 23-0 vote in favor of the divided question. Now we will proceed to the rest of the divided question, which is the remainder of the floor amendment. Is everybody clear on what we are dividing? Everything other than sections 2, 4, and 6. Okay? Everybody clear on that? Is there a request for a roll call? Senator Avard has moved, seconded by Senator Birdsell. The clerk will call the roll, please.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innis.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Bishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon's excused. Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it, 13 to 10. The balance of the floor amendment is adopted. So the bill is still on second reading. It's open for further discussion and amendment. Is there any further discussion on the amended version thus far? I recognize Senator Prentice to introduce Floor Amendment 1257.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think I was the speaker that Senator Susie mentioned that was going to speak on 238, and I still plan to, but I will now hold my comments until we get past this floor amendment. Thank you. So I'm going to be introducing 2023 Amendment 1257, and this is specific, after a lot of discussion, this is specific to consent. And what this does is, in the telemedicine statute, it covers, Section E will cover oral and written consent from a patient, and if the patient is a minor, it will require patient's parent or guardian, unless state or federal law allows the minor to consent to treatment without consent of the parent or guardian for the provision of telehealth services. I appreciate the collaboration with both the senator from District 3 and District 14 on putting this amendment together. I think that the strength of this is that it covers all medical professions that are engaged in telemedicine. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. The question is on adoption of Floor Amendment 1257. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. On second reading, it's still open for discussion. Senator Waters.
Question for Senator from District 14.
Senator Carson, will you yield?
Thanks for taking my question. On the floor amendment, 1254S, I had a question on the not being an attorney, on the language in lines 26 through 28. Now, the standard that's offered here, clear and convincing evidence, based upon articulable facts, disclosure records prerogative, is likely to result in abuse or neglect. Now, I guess I'm trying to ask with that, because it is just, it's not the reasonableness standard. It's a very, very precise standard. I'm just kind of wondering how that might work for a practitioner who has had a relationship and several conversations with a child, to parse that out as to knowing what concern meets those criteria. Do you see what I'm trying to get at?
Senator, I'm not a doctor, but I think I understand your question. As you know, we're talking about mental health, and oftentimes minor children go for mental health services, whether it is a biological child or it is a adopted child or foster child. and they can talk with a provider about prior abuse that they have suffered. And if the parent is the one that's abusing, then I think that, and there's evidence where there's been involvement with the DCYF or complaints that have been made, those I believe would be records available to the physician that would establish that there has been abuse or neglect of a child, of this particular child. And I think that might satisfy the compelling interest.
If I may follow up. This is really out of my curiosity, but also my concern, because, if you deal with LGBTQ youth, you often find out, and you look at the homelessness rate among them, that a lot of them, once they have disclosed, are kicked out of the house. Now, they may not have been kicked out of the house before, they may not have been abused or neglected before, they may not have been beaten before, but they might have good reason to think that that might happen. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out here is that how would a practitioner think about articulable facts and clear and convincing evidence when it may be a prospective and perhaps well-grounded feeling about, but they haven't already been abused, shall I say? So it's very hard for me to see what we're really introducing here into that therapeutic relationship when a child surely might feel that they could be endangered if certain things are disclosed. So anyhow.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. And it is really interesting. For me, and again, I'm not a doctor, if a child came out to their parents and they threw them out, in my opinion, that would be clear and convincing evidence this child is not going to be getting any kind of support from a parent. They are struggling. I think that would be enough to say, wait a minute, the parents discarded this child. They could be a ward of the state, or they could be living with relatives. And so at that point, why would the parents want their medical records if they've dismissed their own child? I understand what you're saying, but in my opinion, just the fact and that they have said to their child, get out, that, in my opinion, would be clear and convincing evidence. Plus, when you go through therapy, you do a lot of exploring in the past and what's happened to that child. And if the child is claiming that they have been abused, whether it's physical abuse, mental abuse, or sexual abuse, I would think that oftentimes that might be enough, but there could be police records, other medical records where children are brought to the emergency room early on with broken bones, bruises, things like that. And even sexual abuse, if there have been charges, all of that is going to be documented. And I would imagine that would be part of that child's medical record.
Just one more brief follow-up, and thank you, Mr. President, and thank you again for this.
Sure.
Just in terms of what you're talking about, is that the example you gave was that if somebody came out to their parents and they were kicked out, that's evidence of this and that. But under this bill, if somebody talked to their therapist, said I'm gay or whatever, and I'm afraid that if my parents find out, they're going to kick me out. But the parents would find out not because the kids told them, but because they've requested the medical records and they saw the kid talked about it in session. So that's where I'm at with it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand that. But I believe, Senator, that this section gives an out to not release those records. And that is what I think is important, because part of the therapy, again, is to discuss this. And it could be that the child, I would imagine that a child would be afraid that, and that's one reason why therapy, I think, would be important, to have a therapist walk them through this and discover what is the root of the fear and work with the child to determine if this is a real fear or an irrational fear. And that's the purpose of the therapy. And perhaps they can develop some sort of pathway to having that discussion with their parents.
I guess what I'm just trying to say is that they can't they cannot withhold the record in the first place. Isn't that the case? Unless they've ordered terminus, and I'm saying how they're going to terminus this so they can then withhold the record. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The bill is still on second reading. It's open for further discussion. I believe Senator Ricciardi has a question.
Mr. President, I have a question of the good senator from District 19. If she'll take my
Does
question.
Senator Birdsell yield to a question?
Thank you. I just want clarification that our state law requires, even with the telemedicine, that there is inpatient visits required for medication and so forth.
I believe so. I was also going to ask the prime sponsor that question, but if you look at the hearing report, it was asked of Dr. Tyner whether or not it was in-person was required, and Dr. Tyner responded that even during the pandemic, new patients were required to have one in-person visit for psychiatric, so yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay, the bill is still on second reading. Open for discussion. Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I apologize for not rising earlier to talk about just the general policy issue of Senate Bill 238. So this would allow, as we've heard, this essential practice for telemedicine and the prescribing of Schedule 2 through Schedule 4 medications through telemedicine for mental health treatment. We've already, in the last session, we already addressed the substance use disorder and did the same thing, made the same provision. We're in a position now where if we don't do this, and we're all moving in this direction that we're gonna do this, that if we don't do this and the federal, and the public health, the national public health emergency falls back, or I call it rolls back in May, the continuation of the mental health providers being able to talk to their patients through telehealth, but most importantly, prescribe to their patients through telehealth after that relationship is established in person will be unavailable, and this will present a major problem for access. And time again, I've heard us talk. We talked earlier about in Senate Bill 36 and talking about our aging community, about access to services and to care. I mean, when we talk about Medicaid expansion, we talk about access to care, removing barriers. This is the same thing that we're doing here. I have, the community mental health centers ultimately asked us to bring this forward, and I was pleased and honored to bring it forward on their behalf. And actually my local community health center director, Dr. Roger Awesome, who testified in our committee hearing on this from West Central Behavioral Services, he is quoted actually in the Valley News. He wrote an op-ed on this and said, telehealth has offered patients the capacity to participate in services that they may not otherwise have been able to access. This can include older adults, people with mobility issues, those who are household bound due to family needs, or those who lack reliable or cost-efficient means for transportation. For them, telehealth has proven to be not just a convenience, but a welcome necessity. So we have addressed consent and consent for minors across all medical professions. We know that there is an established patient relationship in these circumstances, and as I've said, there is a looming deadline that we need to address to continue to make this available. And I do also want to offer up that I know that we divided the question earlier, and we have another division vote coming up, and I think it's just important for the public to note that when these division votes are requested, it's because we have a complex bill with moving parts. And there are some places where we agree, and there's some places where we disagree. So I agree on consent. I want to make sure that this, for physicians, for nurses, and that this is done across the continuum. Okay, that's one of like the major places that we need to go and make this continue to be available. So thank you very much, and that's it, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Is there any further discussion? Senator Carson.
Mr. President, I rise to ask the body to please support Senate Bill 238. My good friend from District 5 really, I think, spoke to what the heart of this bill is about, that this is about providing mental health care for our constituents through telehealth. It was very successful during COVID, and we need to continue to do this. We have a number of people, as she said, that are homebound, that can't get out, or for a variety of different reasons. It might be that this health care is not available where they live. And I would like to thank my colleague from District 4 and the great discussion that we had on this part of this floor amendment, but I'd like to just expand a little bit on that portion, Mr. President, because there is concern about sharing of the medical records with parents. And it actually gives 3 different options. And the first is if the records of treatment that a minor may consent to pursuant to a specific statute under state or federal law without parental consent or the consent of legal guardian. That's already in, we have that in statute. That's consistent. We know that there are some different types of treatment for illnesses that those records cannot be shared. The other is the court of a competent jurisdiction has determined that the release of the records to a parent or legal guardian is not in the child's best interest. So this is the second part of that. And the third part is the one that my good friend from District 4 and I had a discussion on. But what happens is if that provider has proof and evidence, clear and convincing evidence, they can document in the medical record of the minor child all facts upon which he or she relied in making the determination. So I think there's protections for the patient, for the doctor, and for the parents of minor children in this. And I would, again, ask the body to please support the entirety of Senate Bill 238. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Is there further discussion? Senator Soucy.
Mr. President, at this time, I would request that on the final motion of ought to pass as amended, we divide the question once again, this time with a first vote on sections 2, 4, 6, and 7, and then the balance of the bill.
Senator Soucy has moved to divide the question on section 2, 4, 6, and 7. The question is divisible. There's no further discussion. Are you ready for the question? Senator Avard has moved a roll call, seconded by Senator Birdsell. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innis.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chanley.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon's excused. Senator Altshuler.
Yes.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. Sections 2, 4, 6, and 7 have been adopted by a roll call of 23 to nothing. The question now is on the balance of the bill. Are you ready for the question? Senator Avard has moved for a roll call, seconded by Senator Innis. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innis?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Rishardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator Chanley?
No.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
No.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins Poca?
No.
Senator Addis?
Yes.
Senator Gannon's excused. Senator Altshuler?
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it on the balance of the bill divided question 13 to 10. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. Senate Bill 238 is ordered to third reading. There we go. Okay, moving to the Committee on Judiciary. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred CACR 6, a resolution relating to retirement age for judges, providing that mandatory judicial retirement age shall be increased from 70 to 75. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the resolution is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Chanley for the committee.
Senator Chanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move CACR 6 ought to pass. This constitutional amendment concurrent resolution would increase the mandatory retirement age for judges from 70 to 75. The 70-year age limit for judges has been in place since the adoption of the New Hampshire Constitution in 1784, when the average life expectancy was 38 years old. As an aside, I will point out that were we to follow that same formula today, we would set the mandatory retirement age for judges at somewhere around 150 years. You know, I've served in the House and the Senate with people who range in age from teenagers into their late 90s and everything in between. Both my colleagues and the staff have been a range of ages, and that makes both of these bodies wonderful and effective and ultimately quite useful. We know that people of every age contribute to our deliberations. CACR 6 is a very modest increase in the judicial retirement age, which will help us to keep valuable knowledge and experience that we lose when we force judges into retirement. For these reasons, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on CACR 6. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chanley. The bill is now on second reading. It's open for further discussion. Senator Susie.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I too rise in support of CACR 6. We've had some very spirited discussions today, some agreement, some disagreement. I'm hoping this is a CACR that we can all agree is a modest step. We should let the voters decide. Representative Lynn was the prime sponsor. I'm a co-sponsor, and we've worked together. This passed overwhelmingly in the House, and I would just ask my colleagues if they could do the same here in this chamber so that the voters in 2024 can decide this important question. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susie. The bill is still on second reading. It's open for further discussion. Seeing none, are you ready for the question, which is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on CACR 6? Being a constitutional amendment, it requires a 3/5 vote or 15 in favor and a roll call. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
Yes.
Senator Prentice?
Yes.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innis?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Rishardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
Yes.
Senator Chanley?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
No.
Senator Rosenwald?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
Yes.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
Yes.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon's excused. Senator Altschiller?
Yes.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it, 22-1. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 58, an act relative to arrest without a warrant while in care of a medical professional on the premises of a residential care and health care facility. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the committee has made its recommendation, there's been some very thoughtful floor amendments that are going to be presented today. And in order to take those into consideration, we need to defeat the motion of inexpedient to legislate. So please join me in overturning that motion so we can at least have that productive conversation on the amendments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? All in favor of inexpedient, say aye. All opposed to inexpedient, please say no. No. The noes have it. So the bill is on second reading. It's open to further amendment. Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce floor amendment 1251.
Senator Rosenwald moves ought to pass.
Yes.
And now,
I heard
it's my
that.
fault, I am sorry.
Thank you.
I recognize you to introduce floor amendment 1251.
And I would like to speak to my motion when the members have it. Thank you. I rise to support this floor amendment. This amendment makes one simple clarification to the language of the bill around medically necessary treatment relative to warrantless arrest in licensed healthcare facilities. The clarifying language is that it is the medical professional who determines medical necessity. This floor amendment makes no substantive change to the bill that we passed unanimously last session, language that was agreed to by the National Alliance on Mental Illness, the Disability Rights Center, the hospitals, law enforcement, and the ACLU. In addition, Associate Attorney General Jeff Strelzin, who has spent his entire career practicing criminal law and is so good that he was just hired away by the U.S. Attorney, met with the senators from District 6 and 23 and me a couple of weeks ago and told us he saw no constitutional issues and that the language was neither problematic nor unclear. Mr. President, it's not often that we get all the subject matter experts to agree on something, but in this case, we did. So I hope we will stick with our unanimous position from last year and send the bill with this floor amendment to our friends on the other side of the wall. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Further discussion on Amendment 1251. Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. The good senator from District 13 and I have been involved in this issue for years now, and we keep on getting smarter, okay? Right now, we have this amendment, and if this amendment fails, we will present another amendment that takes this issue just a little bit, looks at it from a different point of view. We had talked to various attorneys about the language that is in this amendment and said that it could be problematic, especially in the number of people that you would have to have testify in against a particular defendant that was incarcerated for this, or arrested for this. So I would ask you to vote down this amendment so that another amendment can be put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Is there any further discussion on Floor Amendment 1251? The question, I'm sorry, Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Amendment 1251. Over the past week, I've spent almost 3 hours just this week alone with administrators and security personnel outside of our regularly scheduled check-ins. They need Senate Bill 58 with Amendment 1251 yesterday. In the month of March, there were 4 medical staff injuries at the hands of their patients at Exeter Hospital. And as of yesterday, there was 1 head wound, 1 eye contusion, and 2 broken noses of medical professionals at the hands of their patients. Nationally, of the workplace violence incidences reported to OSHA, 50% are in healthcare. That's a staggering number. 50% of reported workplace violence is in healthcare. According to the head of security at my local hospital, Exeter Hospital, prior to COVID-19, patient on-staff violence was happening mostly in the ED. When the hospitals began to fill up and long-term care facilities were unable to accept the volume of patients coming in, the preponderance of violence shifted to the floor nurses and the staff. In February, there were 2 OSHA reportable injuries at the hands of patients being held in the ED at my hospital. I hope you've checked in with yours because I'm sure you'll hear somewhat of the same. There was nothing that could be done to move them or hold them accountable until they got the appropriate placement. Behavioral issues and clinical issues combined with alcohol and drug detox challenges can lead patients to be placed in the intensive care unit, a more restrictive part of the hospital. Anger and tensions rise over the restricted movement within the ICU, and sadly, more than once over the use of contraband on the floor brought in by visitors. And the tensions are more frequently erupting in violence. Violence trips off a code gray. Security is dispatched to the bedside for a code gray, and all preventative measures for security come to an end so that they can go support the medical staff, because that's the top priority. Unfortunately, not only has this increased in frequency, but in the intensity of violence, not the least of which are groping, punching, kicking, biting, and the injuries I mentioned at the beginning. Exeter Hospital can file a restraining order, but the same people they're filing the restraining order against, and this takes a little while to do, can and do come back for healthcare services. Without Senate Bill 58, with the amendment 1251, perpetrators know this and are already exploiting this because they know that the hospital staff can't do anything. The hospital staff cannot work under an expectation of assault without consequence. We have reports of pregnant employees fearful to come to work and help people delivering health care. The environment has shifted, and now that affects the mental health of our health care providers. They don't feel safe. Security personnel have said to their supervisors, "I deal with more violence at the hospital than I did in my former police work." The captain of the Exeter Hospital Security reported to me that the amount of violent interactions have escalated over the past 10 years. If he is fully staffed, he will have 4 to 5 people on a day shift and 3 to 4 on the second and third shift, but they aren't fully staffed, just like the medical professionals aren't fully staffed. And preventative, proactive things that have less of an opportunity to happen because of the reactive response that has to happen. Exeter Security has had to wand over 300 people just last weekend coming into the ED, and they stopped just last weekend guns, knives, and other contraband from coming into the hospital through the emergency department. It's an untenable way to deliver health care. The healthcare providers need this. They want this. They want floor amendment 1251 and for Senate Bill 558 to pass with just this amendment, and I urge your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altshuler. Senator Abbas for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. And it's directed to my colleague from District 24. So my understanding is that this floor amendment and really the underlying bill would apply to warrantless arrests after a crime has been committed. So how does this amendment actually prevent, you gave some examples, how would that prevent those crimes from happening in the future?
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you asked that because, and as I mentioned, there are people that have frequent our healthcare facilities because they are in real need. However, upon their frequenting our healthcare facilities, they also engage in really, really terrible violence against their own providers, knowing that there's no accountability for them. They have to, if they come back into the ED, we have to see them because that's the law. We provide that health care. But the medical staff is unprotected. They know it, the people perpetrating against them know it, and we need to change that.
May I ask a follow-up?
No. Yes.
Thank you.
Shouldn't sit.
Was there ever any discussion about, because I understand that if the police don't witness the crime happen, that's where really this issue comes up. Is there ever any talk about any of the medical facilities hiring a police detail?
There are some major metropolitan centers that do have a collaboration with their municipal law enforcement, but I don't know if you mean like a detail as part of the staff or just coming in on a temporary basis, because if you're meaning coming in on a temporary basis, in my district right now, 4 of my police agencies are understaffed. They don't have people to lend out for details. And the hospital is also losing a lot of money right now. And as we heard in some other bills, payment for travel nurses and the stress of keeping staff and retaining staff has led to real impacts on the budget. So hiring a detail is cost prohibitive for the hospital, and there's nobody to hire really at the municipal level.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
The bill is still on second reading. It's open for further discussion on Floor Amendment 1251. Is there any further discussion? Are you ready for the question? All in favor of Floor Amendment 1251, say aye. Aye. And opposed? No. I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. Senator Gray.
I would like to introduce Amendment 2023-1226S, and I'd like to speak to my motion.
Senator Gray introduces Floor Amendment 1226, and you are recognized to.
Thank you. One of the things that we looked at in here is protecting healthcare workers. And so looking at the statutes, looking at the warrantless arrest statute, which is RSA 59410, but there's also another statute, 627:8A, which was purposely put into law because of merchants, movie picture outlets, and give them certain rights to detain people that are violating the law. And we felt that that was a much better section so that the medical professionals, the agents of the hospital or facility, could actually detain the person for the police to come. It still gives them the right in what you have in the amendment, which would be Roman 4, to do an arrest based on that, but it's a much better place to put that in the statute and affords protections that were not included in the amendment that we just previously voted on. So I implore you to take a look at this. I believe that it does good things, that it makes sure that when the hospital has an incident like this, that their agent can detain a person without fear of retribution through the law, that they have done something illegal, and protect the people in the hospital. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Is there any further discussion on Floor Amendment 1226? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request a 2-minute recess.
2-minute recess has been requested. The Senate will be adjourned for 2 minutes. The Senate will come back from recess. Senator Gray has offered to temporarily withdraw his amendment 1226 so that Senator Abbas can make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Being on the prevailing side, I would like to make a motion to reconsider the amendment, adopting the amendment 2023-1251, because to me, some of my colleagues were in the room, and I just want to make sure that we keep the harmony here and give everyone a fair chance to do a good job representing their constituents and keep that harmony going and working together. So we'll give it fair reconsideration and allow this healthy conversation to continue. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Abbas, thank you very much. Senator Abbas has moved reconsideration. Are we ready for the question? All in favor of reconsideration of the Rosenwald floor amendment 1251, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. So is there any further discussion on the amendment introduced by Senator Rosenwald, 1251? All right, so Senator Rosenwald has asked for a roll call. It's seconded by Senator Soucy. Are we ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
No.
Senator Lang.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innis.
No.
Senator Ward.
Nope.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chanley.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl. No. Senator Soucy.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon's excused. Senator Altshuler.
Yes.
And Senator Bradley.
No. The amendment fails 11 to 12. The bill is still on second reading. It's still open for amendment. I recognize Senator Gray to reintroduce 1226.
Thank you, Mr. President. I introduce Amendment 2023-1226S. The statements that I made before are still all true, that this amendment provides the ability for the hospital staff or clinic staff to detain an individual and to provide information to the officer who arrives that would allow the arrest to happen. This is, I believe, a much better way of handling the situation than we did in the previous amendment, and I would ask the Senate to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Senator Rosenwald to speak.
Mr. President, I rise to oppose this replace all floor amendment, which locates this language in a completely different section of statute. It never had a public hearing. However, I'm concerned that this amendment will lead to exactly what we set out to avoid over months of work last year, and that is the criminalization and arrest of individuals experiencing a mental health crisis in our hospitals, particularly in the emergency departments. For example, this proposal would allow for a warrantless arrest of basic simple assault under RSA 631-2:2-A, which can simply constitute knowingly causing unprivileged physical contact with someone. And this arrest would be allowed even without the important limitation of the current warrantless arrest statute that ensures people are not arrested improperly. Current law limits the warrantless arrest to situations where there is evidence that, quote, if not immediately arrested, such person will not be apprehended, will destroy or conceal evidence of the offense, or will cause further personal injury or damage to property, unquote. This protection, which is not part of the floor amendment before us, is especially important in the context of those who may be experiencing mental health crisis in hospital emergency rooms, as these are individuals who need treatment, not criminalization. And in many cases, they are forced to remain in emergency departments against their will because there are no psychiatric beds available to them in New Hampshire. The original bill, passed by the Senate unanimously last year, contains this important limitation. But the original bill also further protects against criminalizing people experiencing a mental health crisis. It stipulates that a warrantless arrest could only occur if the person's action was through actual or threatened violence. This current floor amendment before us also removes the important limitation of those words. But unfortunately, this proposal does more damage. In addition to expanding the warrantless arrest law, making more patients subject to arrest, it would permit and perhaps even push healthcare providers towards physical confrontations with individuals who are at the facility for medical treatment instead of having them contact the police or a security officer at the facility. Healthcare providers are not law enforcement. Doctors and nurses should be providing treatment, not getting physical with their patients. And even if the patient's behavior is dangerous, do we really want nurses or other healthcare providers to grab someone who's behaving that way? In amending a statute about movie theaters and retail shops, this amendment requires healthcare providers to determine if a crime has been committed. It doesn't take much training to look at security footage and see someone put merchandise into their pocket or watch someone record a movie for piracy in a movie theater. It's much more complicated to determine whether there is, quote, reasonable grounds to believe someone has committed a crime, end quote. Police know when to arrest someone, nurses don't. And finally, Mr. President, the original bill had the support of a broad coalition of stakeholders with extremely divergent perspectives. This language before us now is opposed strongly by the National Alliance on Mental Illness, the Disability Rights Center, and the ACLU. They oppose it because it removes an important limitation on law enforcement's warrantless arrest authority and would cause people in psychiatric crisis to be arrested during their time in an ER and potentially moved to county jails, while they will definitely not get the treatment they need. I hope that we will say no to criminalizing mental illness and turning doctors and nurses into police, and that we will do our best, our absolute best, to get sick patients the care they need, when they need it, and where they need it. So please, let's say no thank you to this floor amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The floor amendment is on further discussion. Is there any further discussion? Are you ready for the question? Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Chandler has a question of
the senator from District 13. Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you for taking my question. I call your attention to the language of this floor amendment, and I'd like to ask you if you can define for me or explain to me what actively receiving treatment means.
Well, thank you for the question. I could wonder if that means, as opposed to passively getting treatment, and that would be a difference of I got a CAT scan versus a CAT scan was done on me. But maybe an x-ray was ordered because you might have broken your leg, but you have to wait 5 hours to get that x-ray. Are you getting active medical treatment? If you're in the ER and the doctor the nurse gives you a pill and says, come back, we're gonna come back in an hour and see how you're feeling, is that active medical treatment? Or what if you're held in an emergency department for weeks on an involuntary emergency admission? And believe me, this is happening in New Hampshire every day. And you're held for weeks in an emergency department because there's no bed available. You're not getting real treatment, but you're still getting a bill from the hospital. Is that active medical treatment? In short, I have absolutely no idea what actively receiving treatment means.
Thank you very much.
you.
Senator Lang for a question.
The senator from District 6.
Senator Gray, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
So, Senator, if I understand this new provision, under the current law, someone who steals a pack of gum could be detained by a store detective and then ultimately arrested by police without a warrant. Is that correct?
That is correct, and especially if they find the merchandise on the individual.
Follow-up? Under this new provision, what we're saying is a person who punches a doctor in the face can be detained by security or a hospital employee and then arrested without a warrant. Is that correct?
That is correct, which is in direct opposition to what happens now, is that the officer would get there, and as long as it's still a misdemeanor, the officer would not be able to arrest them because they were not present during that.
Thank you.
Senator Rosenwald to Senator Rosenwald.
I thank my colleagues for their indulgence. I have to disagree with my friend from District 6, who has done yeoman's work on this subject for the past year and a half. Current statute does give a peace officer the ability to do a warrantless arrest for a misdemeanor in certain limited circumstances. The reason this entire subject has been before us for 2 sessions in a row is that hospitals and their security officers and police weren't confident that they had that authority. But if you go to the current warrantless arrest statute, they actually already do have the authority to arrest someone for a misdemeanor when they have probable cause to believe that a crime has been committed out of their presence. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Question from Senator Susi.
District 13.
Senator Rosenwald, do you yield?
I hope it's not about criminal law.
Well, it is in a sense, Senator, in that it's regarding the placement of this. I think we all agree that there is a problem that all of us see in emergency rooms or hear about in our emergency rooms and hospitals around the state. But I'm struggling with your amendment would have put this in the chapter regarding peace officers and warrantless arrest. And this chapter, for the amendment that we're currently considering, has use of force as its title. Isn't that implying that we are now empowering healthcare officers to use force and to arrest? Whereas, this, I believe, the original language of this section, 627(8), dealt with detaining someone who may have committed a crime, whereas now we're going to allow for arrests that didn't occur. Is that your understanding?
Thank you for the question. First of all, I think this floor amendment should have had a public hearing because it is so different, but it's before us. I think the language of this amendment allows for doctors and nurses to detain somebody, and by physical force if necessary. I don't think that's a position that we want to put doctors and nurses in. They're not trained for it. They should be delivering medical care, not acting as police.
Thank you, Senator.
The question is on adoption of Floor Amendment 1226. Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. I almost called you Mr. Bradley. So I rise in opposition to this floor amendment 1226, so I want to say first of all that I think that in 1251 we were heading in the right direction, and the broad group of stakeholders that were involved in this from diverse backgrounds have spoken and told us what, it's rare that we get this kind of like basically coalition building and these types of responses and direction when you have such a diverse group. So that I think we need to pay attention to. And I do want to thank my colleague from District 6 for, as District 13, my senator colleague from District 13 said, for your yeoman's work on this. But I want to point out the reason, I've been kind of biting my tongue or holding my tongue, but I actually worked in an emergency department for 10 years as a paramedic, then in 6 years as in management of an emergency department, the state's largest, over at Concord Hospital. And I have seen these situations, and I have lived in this world. And I think that, I just want to leave you with really two things. First of all is one of the key differences in this is talking about in 1226, a patient actively receiving treatment by a healthcare provider. I mean, do we have to ask our providers to say, am I actively treating somebody now or not, in order to, raise the flag or raise their hand about what's happening in that department? I don't think that that's clear on exactly what it is, and I don't think we want to put them in that position. We've heard loud and clear, not just from this coalition, but from the healthcare community. And I'm not practicing in an emergency department now, but I can tell you what it's like to be in there when things are escalating and decisions need to be made. And I have to say, am I actively providing care or not? I think it's a slippery slope, and we should be very definitive. We should be very definitive about this. And I also want to say to my colleague from Senate District 13 that you are correct about doctors, nurses, EMTs, paramedics, techs, who's ever working in these departments. Their job is to provide medical care. And we need to remember that, and we need not to sit in this chamber and try to parse that out for them. Let's let them do their job and move forward and protect them while they're doing it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Senator Perkins-Quokka for a question.
Yeah, a question of my colleague from District 5. If you would yield, my friend. Okay. I just wanted to draw upon your personal experience. It looks to me like under 594.10, a peace officer has authority to arrest if he has probable cause to believe that a person has committed a misdemeanor or violation, and if not immediately arrested, such person could cause further personal injury or damage, or if a felony has been committed, or if the peace officer has reasonable ground to believe a felony has been committed. So there's coverage for felony, misdemeanor, violation, probable cause, all existing statutes. So in your experience, has there ever been a situation where there was the threat of violence where you didn't feel like the existing authority was sufficient?
Yes.
Okay.
And I feel comfortable speaking on behalf of my colleagues that work in emergency departments throughout the state. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Gray to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to respond to some of the comments that were made, both by the senator from District 13, senator from District 18, and some of the other senators here. Certainly, I was called into question about my answer from the senator from District 2, and it was pointed out that the statute says that you may arrest a person if, and then it goes on to certain things. Certainly in the question that was presented to me, those other conditions weren't there, so I answered the question that was presented to me. So, you know, if you're going to change the question after I've given the answer, then I think that's a little bit, you know, unfair. When we look at this statute, that it hasn't had a public hearing, the stuff that we've done in paragraph 4 that talk about the warrantless arrest is very, very, very similar to the things that are in the original bill and in the committee report that was developed that I chaired, and I believe that the senator from District 13 co-chaired on that committee. I'm looking at a lot of different things. The Hospital Association, I believe, has told me that there was 50 assaults during the month of January. So clearly, the provisions that are in the existing RSA 594.10 that allow a police officer or a peace officer to do arrests based on all those other things that are in there are not working. And what did Einstein say about idiocy, or you know, that, you know, keep on doing the same thing and expect a different result? Well, this is a difference. We have made a change. I believe that if, in the case of the Frisbee Memorial Hospital and the security guard that was killed, that if they had said, okay, we're going to detain this person, other than trying to just get them out of the hospital and back into the parking lot, that we may have had a different outcome. Agree or disagree with this bill? Again, we are all trying to protect those workers. We all care for those workers. We have a difference of opinion, and certainly there is no one that cares more than I and more than the senator from District 13, and we are trying to do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The question is on adoption of the floor amendment. Senator Carson to speak. Senator Lang to speak. I'm sorry.
Yep, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to call attention in this bill. There's a lot, as a former police officer who's actually arrested people for both with a warrant and without a warrant. Under Section 4 on line 23, we talk about the fact that the peace officer may arrest. There's no shall here. And then in the next line in 24, it says if the peace officer has probable cause. So again, while the standard to detain is just reason to believe, when a police officer actually arrives on site, he's going to make a determination and evaluation on whether an arrest is necessary and whether or not an assault is probable cause that assault occurs. So there's no shalls in here or musts in here. So I think this achieves our goal in allowing for police, for A, security to detain a person who's assaulted a healthcare worker, and B, allow a police officer to come in, do a quick investigation, determine whether or not the person should be subject to arrest.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. We all have lives that we were living before we got into this chamber. And one of the things that I did for many years is I worked in hospitals as a laboratory technician. And I understand how important this is. I have been punched, I have been slapped, I have been kicked, I have been bit, I have been spit upon, and there has been occasions where someone, while I was drawing their blood, grabbed the needle, grabbed the vacutainer, as it's called, with the needle and pulled it out and tried to jab me with it. So I understand how important this is. I'm not a real fan of this amendment, but I understand how important this issue is. And I'm willing to support this amendment. We can see if we can get this out of this chamber. It's going to go to the House, where it's going to continue to be worked upon. This is a problem, and in fact, Mr. President, we have had discussions about teachers being assaulted in the classroom as well. And we haven't even, this doesn't cover that, but this is another issue. And I just really think that this is important enough that we really need to consider this to protect our healthcare workers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Seeing no further discussion, the question is on the amendment. Senator Rosenwald has asked for a roll call. It's been seconded by Senator Avard. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innis.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon's excused. Senator Altshuler.
No.
And then Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it, 13 to 10. Floor Amendment 1226 is adopted. The bill is still on second reading, open for further discussion and amendment. Is there any further discussion? Are you ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Murphy, seconded by Senator Avard. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innis.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon is excused. Senator Altshuler.
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14 to 9. Ought to pass as amended is adopted. And Senate Bill 58 is ordered to third reading. Okey-doke, moving right along. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 246, an act relative to disclosure of post-arrest photographs under the Right to Know law. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to committee by a vote of 4-0. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that you join me in support of the committee's recommendation to re-refer. There's some merit to this bill. However, there's a lot of potential legal consequences, and we need some more time to work that out before we can even decide to advance the policy. So I would ask that you give the committee some time to continue to work on it and support the re-refer. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The motion is re-referred to committee. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of re-refer to committee on Senate Bill 246. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of re-refer to committee is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 264 FN, an act relative to parentage. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to committee by a vote of 3-2. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to ask the body to please overturn the re-refer to committee so that my colleague from District 21 might offer a floor amendment.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The motion is on re-refer to committee. Is there any further discussion? All in favor of the motion of re-refer, please say aye. Opposed, say no. The noes have it. Senator Perkins Quokka is recognized for a motion of...
Mr. President, I move ought to pass.
The bill has been moved ought to pass. The bill is on second reading. Senator Perkins is recognized to introduce floor amendment 1262.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So I want to thank my colleague from District 14 for working through a few versions of this amendment to make sure we got it right. But I appreciate that we were able to bring forward something that's bipartisan and allows our state to move forward. So in New Hampshire, we have a long history of supporting a diversity of family compositions in our communities and our statutes. And I think making sure that our laws reflect the reality of our Granite Staters and how our families are formed is an important priority. For many families, parenthood is a dream that can be achieved a variety of ways. And as I shared in committee, you know, some families, like my wife and I, need a little medical help in order to realize that dream. So I think New Hampshire has always been proud to be at the forefront of, you know, having modern assisted reproduction laws. And I think the changes to 264 that we're bringing now will allow all parents to have clarity in the law and feel confident in their rights, as opposed to, in some cases, needing to expend extra judicial resources going through processes like confirmatory adoptions. We can now, you know, rest assured that there's clarity in the law. So, you know, I think as someone who did go through 2 confirmatory adoption hearings for children that I carried and gave birth to, I think this is a really important efficiency in our law, and I'm really glad to see us all work together to sort of reflect all New Hampshire families. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Quokka. Is there any discussion on the floor amendment? Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading, open for further discussion. Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise with enthusiastic support of this bill as amended. I think it's really important that this body recognizes those very important ways that we need to move our laws in a direction that's reflective of all of our citizens. This is a personal issue for many in this body, I'm sure. There are many ways, many paths to start a family, and my own family benefited from the availability of new technologies and medical treatments and different paths to starting a family. I think this bill reflects updates to our law that are really necessary to ensure that everyone who chooses to start their family has the same ability to do so, and that they have rights under the law than those families that start their family through traditional ways. So I think this is an incredibly important bill. I want to thank my colleague from District 14, and then in addition to the bill sponsor, my colleague from District 21, who really thought this bill through very thoroughly, in addition to the many, many stakeholders who were involved in this bill, all of the practitioners who work in this area of supporting alternative families. And I think this is a really exciting change for us to make as a body. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The bill is still on second reading. It's open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of ought to pass as amended, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Bill 264 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred, House Bill 85, an act relative to antenuptial agreements. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. And as someone who's supports marriage equality. I will say that we came across a blue law, I would call it, in our RSA, because the antenuptial agreement does not mirror that. And what that is, it actually says that you only can have an antenuptial agreement for two people getting married if it's a man and a woman. This simply makes it apply to two people. And I think that that's consistent with the Equal Protection Clause. It's consistent with the law today. It's consistent with the law of New Hampshire, and just a housekeeping matter. So I think please support me in the ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 85. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 85 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 124, an act relative to temporary alimony. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 1. Senator Whitley for the committee.
Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 124 inexpedient to legislate. This bill would have modified the definition of temporary alimony. House Bill 124 is not ready to move forward in its current form. The majority of the committee felt that this legislation was crafted in a confusing manner and needs additional consideration and work. During the public hearing, the committee heard from lawyers working in the field who were unclear of what the intent of this bill even was. For these reasons, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asked for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 124. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 124. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 151, an act establishing a committee to study the issue of unmarried cohabitants in domestic partnerships and common law marriage. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3 to 1. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 151 ought to pass. This bill establishes a committee to study the issue of unmarried cohabitants, domestic partnerships, and common law marriages. According to the Pew Research Center, between 1995 and 2019, the rate of marriages declined from 58% to 53%, and the rate of adults living in an unmarried partnership more than doubled from 3% to 7%. The committee heard compelling testimony on how the ambiguous cohabitation and common law marriage statutes have caused pain and agony when one member of a relationship has passed away. These statistics and testimony demonstrate there is a need to at least study this issue and its social and legal complexities. For these reasons, Mr. President, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asks your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 152. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 151. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 151 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 162, an act relative to supported decision-making. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4 to 0. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 162 ought to pass. This bill makes technical corrections to the supported decision-making law in RSA 464D:7. House Bill 162 simply strikes the word omitted from the supported decision-making statute and realphabetizes the rest of the statute. This bill is the result of Senate Bill 134 from 2021, which got put into an omnibus bill without having the necessary time to truly work on the bill itself. As a result, this is merely a cleanup bill. For these reasons, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 162. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 162. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. And House Bill 162 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 240, an act relative to equal access to marriage. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Whitley for the committee.
Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 240 ought to pass. This bill would change the equal access to marriage statute to include race. House Bill 240 is a common sense bill that makes clear that New Hampshire will always protect marriage, regardless of race. With the current composition of the U.S. Supreme Court overturning decades-long precedent, we cannot be sure that Loving v. Virginia will still be the law of the land in the next few years. This bill is a proactive step that New Hampshire can take, and it will send a signal to the rest of the country that New Hampshire values inclusivity and diversity. For these reasons, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asked for your support on the ought to pass motion on House Bill 240. And if I may speak further, Mr. President. Thank you. As you may recall, just 2 weeks ago, I stood before this body during unanimous consent to commemorate the 51st anniversary of New Hampshire ratifying the Equal Rights Amendment that would guarantee equal rights for all American citizens, regardless of sex, by ending legal distinctions between men and women in terms of divorce, property, employment, and other matters impacting our daily lives. I rise to continue my unwavering support for policies and legislation such as HB 240 that foster a more equitable, representative, and inclusive Granite State by codifying that regardless of gender or race, Granite Staters will find comfort in knowing that a majority of this body and legislature will always advocate for, and when needed, fight for the rights for our citizenry to exist in this state without fear of discrimination, exclusion, or prejudice via the laws that govern them. I'm happy to see such bipartisan support on HB 240, and I would ask my colleagues to unanimously support the motion of ought to pass on HB 240. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The bill is on second reading. Is there further discussion? Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. And just a history lesson. One amazing fact about New Hampshire is we always allowed interracial marriage. We never had a law not allowing it. So the fear of Loving versus Virginia, which was a 9-0 Supreme Court case being overturned, highly unlikely. You would have to have a law that would even have to get to the court. I'm not aware of any. I mean, even some of the southern states, I think they took it out of the constitutions. And when I say that this is something that marriage equality in regards to race is not an issue pending anywhere, it really isn't. And I don't want to support, I wouldn't say support this because of the fear of a 9-0 Supreme Court case being overturned. And just a little more background on Loving versus Virginia. The Virginia law allowed interracial marriage. It just didn't allow interracial marriage involving a white person and a person of color. So other mixed races can marry amongst themselves as long as they didn't marry into the white race. And that's why it was overturned. And it was 9-0. It was overwhelming, convincingly, and that has now been in precedence. I don't believe it's in danger of being overturned, and there's no reason to suggest that. So, but what I will say, that showing the support for interracial marriage since the founding of this state, but to continuing to do it, even if Loving versus Virginia would be overturned, it wouldn't impact marriage in this state. But I'm going to support this because I want to show my commitment to that, and hey, it feels good because being in an interracial marriage, I'm just going to say it, I'm going to enjoy supporting this. I hope you all join me. Thank you.
The bill is still on second reading. It's still open for discussion. Seeing none, The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 240. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. HB 240 is ordered to third reading. Okay, so now we'll go back to the special ordered bills, and then we have the one bill off of consent. So we'll turn to the Committee on Commerce. Senator Carson.
President, I'd like to request a 2-minute recess.
The Senate will be in recess for 2 minutes. Senate will come out of recess. In the bad news department, the Red Sox are not doing too well on opening day. They're down 8-2. But we only have 3 bills left, so we're doing a lot better. All right. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred Senate Bill 201, an act relative to resale of event tickets. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Chandler for the committee.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 201 ought to pass with amendment. As introduced, this bill would have, among other things, allowed a civil penalty to be levied against those who are unauthorized to resell event tickets. During the public hearing, the committee heard of the many issues faced by presenting and producing venues. We also heard criticism of the bill as presented, and I will say, as prime sponsor of the bill, I listened to and heard clearly and loudly the some of the critiques and criticisms of the bill and paid attention to ways to enhance the bill. Given the complexity of the issue and to address the concerns raised at the public hearing, the committee amendment replaces the bill in its entirety. To ensure that consumers are protected against deceptive acts, the committee amendment would require resellers to specify they are not the venue selling the ticket and the actual ticket might not be in their possession, and that the ticket that is sold may be from a specific zone and not necessarily the specific ticket to which they may be they may be purchasing. The Commerce Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 201. I understand there is a floor amendment that is quite friendly and welcome as well, but when we get to that, we'll get to that. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the committee amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Open to further amendment. I recognize Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move amendment number 1264, and I'd like to speak to the amendment.
Senator Lang has moved Amendment 1264. You're recognized to speak.
So as the senator from District 11 said, this is a friendly amendment, just cleans up some of the language to make sure that, I don't want to say technical, but on the technology side, it's carried out in a proper way relative to the industry. I've spoken to some members of the Commerce Committee and again, the prime sponsor, and they are amendable to this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lang. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any discussion on floor amendment 1264? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of floor amendment 1264, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Is adopted. The bill is still on second reading, open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing no further discussion, are you ready for the question? The question is on adoption of the motion of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 201. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Bill 201 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which is referred Senate Bill 271, an act relative to seating of delegates to the National Party conventions. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 271 ought to pass. This bill requires the delegates from New Hampshire to the National Party Convention to be seated and to have complete voting rights. This will ensure New Hampshire delegates elected at our first in the nation primary are seated and their role in the presidential nomination process is protected. The majority of the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee requests your support in a motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 271. Thank you, Mr. President, and I would like to speak to my motion.
Recognized to continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Certainly in the discussion of the previous CACR, the senator from District 18 gave us a bit of a history. Just to go over some of that, 1916 is when we started to do this and have our delegates chosen. In 1975 is when we passed the law requiring our primary to be the first one. That certainly the way that we do it, that the primary is important. Retail politics is the thing that they group a lot of this into, you know, that it's grassroots campaigning. The voters can actually meet the candidates and talk to them. Winning New Hampshire is a good a boost for their campaigns. And poor showing in New Hampshire would, hurt different campaigns. Certainly, as again, the senator from District 18 has said in some of her press releases, we will be holding our primary first no matter what Washington and the Democratic Party or Republican Party ask us to do. New Hampshire should have their voices heard. During the committee, the senator from District 18 brought to our attention that there is a United States Supreme Court decision in the case of Cousins versus Vagoda. That decision, she stated, made this bill unconstitutional. Certainly, I don't want to vote for an unconstitutional bill, so I asked for additional legal interpretation. And this is a synopsis of what I was told, that in Cousins, the United States Supreme Court held that a political party and its adherents have a First Amendment right to political association. In that case, involved a decision by the DNC Credentialing Committee to seat one slate of 24 delegates chosen pursuant to Illinois law against another slate of delegates of 24 alternate delegates chosen pursuant to the DNC rules that conflicted in some respects with Illinois' election law. Supreme Court held that the DNC's First Amendment right of free association carried the day, and that the DNC could follow its own internal procedures in selecting which slate of 24 delegates to seat, even if those 24 delegates were selected by a process that was contrary to some aspects of the Illinois law. But the Supreme Court did not simply say that the DNC had a First Amendment right, and that was the end of it. As we all know, there are no absolute constitutional rights. The constitutional law cases, courts weigh the importance of the constitutional right and the degree of intrusion upon it against the state interest. In reaching its decisions, Cousins and the Supreme Court balanced the First Amendment right of the DNC against the interests of the state of Illinois, which asserted that it had a compelling interest in protecting the integrity of its election process. At the end of the day, the Supreme Court decided that the interest of the state of Illinois having one slate of 24 delegates from Illinois seated over a different slate of 24 delegates from Illinois did not outweigh the DNC's interest in setting its own rules. What the DNC has done in the New Hampshire primary is a very different thing. Under the 2024 DNC rules, if we follow our state law, the number of New Hampshire delegates will be reduced by 50%, thus diluting the vote of the New Hampshire Democrats. In addition, New Hampshire's 10 automatic delegates' votes will not be counted at the convention, further diluting their voting. So in Cousins, the question was which delegates. In our case, the question is how many voting delegates will be able to be representing New Hampshire at the convention. New Hampshire was a very strong state interest in making sure that the voters of our state, and in this case the Democrats, are fully represented in the Democratic primary nominating convention and do not suffer disenfranchisement by having their votes diluted. Also, we have a very strong state interest in following our voting laws. Our laws say that we go first. It has worked very well for the country and very well for a long time. It is an integral part of the history and tradition. It is far more than just one technical voting regulation, and would defy anyone, I would defy anyone to stand up and argue otherwise. So, I do not believe that the Cousins controls here. I think that our case is distinguishable. I think that the court asked to reinforce this provision would find that our interests outweigh the imposition it would put on the DNC's rules, and I think that everyone who supports the primary should vote for this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The bill is on second reading. It's open to further discussion. Is there any further discussion? Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I am rising in support not only of the committee's recommendation about the pass, but I actually, despite everything that was said today, I'm still rising in support of the Democratic Party in New Hampshire. That's right, I'm doing it. I think if you look at the Cousins case, I understand what the case says, but it's straightforward. They're trying to figure out how to pick their delegates. I want these ones, no, we want those. That is for the DNC to decide. They make those rules. That's the interest that was weighed. They're talking about only seating some of them, not all of them, and not even counting their vote, which what that does, it makes the primary virtually irrelevant. I mean, it's really more of a formality. That's what it does. Is it actually being weighed in the selection of the President of the United States nominee for the Democratic Party? It's not. And I would love to hear the DNC argue that their interest outweighs New Hampshire's interest. We're not even taking into consideration what you want to do. We owe it to the voters, not just of one party, to all the voters in this state, to make sure that their vote, when it's cast, actually matters and is counted for the purpose it was cast for. If you don't count the delegates, let the delegates seat, or you don't let their vote count, are we really protecting our voters? I don't think we are. So what I'm saying today, and I hope you all join me in not to pass, is that we're going to protect the voters, regardless of their political party. As a Republican, they can't even vote for me in the primary. The independents can, but the Democrats cannot. But I still feel as an American, as a citizen in this country, as a resident of New Hampshire, their vote should still count, and it should have meaning for it. And in order to do that, we need to pass this, and if the DNC wants to challenge this, we're ready. So join me. Support the order to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Senator Susi to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in opposition to this current legislation, and I've really enjoyed the discussion here today. But I do think that, as I said earlier, we're missing the boat. The New Hampshire primary is not about one party or the other party. The New Hampshire primary is about the New Hampshire people, be they Democrats, be they independents. Our role is preserved in our statute, maybe in our Constitution, depending on what the other body does. And I appreciate the history because we, as I said earlier, New Hampshire created the primary. New Hampshire was the first state to say, people in a back room, cigar smoke-filled room, or people on a convention floor, the parties can have their process. But we here in this state have the people engaged directly in the process, and this process is state-run. Other states, it's not. Other states, the parties run it. Other states have caucuses. Republican caucuses are going to take place. It's part of a calendar that's already approved. That's one way that you could select presidential delegates. Some would say that's pretty exclusionary. People don't get to participate. Here, the idea is that everyone gets to participate. And that's what we should be focused on. What is going to happen here? What happens at a convention, be it for Democrats or Republicans? I mean, look, there are, 5 lawyers in this room? Ask everyone to read the Cousins case, they'll give you a different opinion. That's the fact, right? Is it persuasive? Is it not persuasive? I can make an argument for, I can make an argument against. But what I can't argue is that there's one thing that has always been sacred in this chamber, in that chamber, in this building, between the two parties. That's the primary. We don't mess with each other's party, delegate selection, convention. We don't mess with that. What we do here in New Hampshire is come together for New Hampshire. And I think we need to talk a little bit more about history, because we talked about the history of our primary, which is critical to us, but we should talk about the history of delegate selection. Because in 2012, and let me quote from this article, it was published April 21st, judging by the numbers alone, New Hampshire's influence over the Republican nominating process has always been relatively minor. New Hampshire party members usually have 23 votes at the presidential nominating convention. But for the second since 2008, state GOP members are facing a penalty this year from the Republican National Committee that will cut the number of delegates in half, leaving New Hampshire with 12 representatives at their convention. That penalty is a result of New Hampshire's decision to hold its primary before February 1st, the start date mandated by the RNC's internal rules. The RNC's internal rules. So 2008, 2012, the RNC was saying New Hampshire shouldn't have as many delegates because New Hampshire jumped outside of their window, because New Hampshire abides by New Hampshire's law. Well, now it's the DNC that's saying it. And let me be clear, they haven't said it, because they've said we have until June, and then they'll determine how many delegates we have. So that decision hasn't even been made yet. So not only is this premature, but this is unprecedented. This is not what we do when it comes to this nominating process. What we do is here in this state, what they do, I don't care if we have a whole complement of delegates, it doesn't matter. What matters is our primary and our voters participating in that primary. This legislation makes no sense. This legislation, I believe, is just political, trying to make a statement. It won't have any impact on how many delegates we have seated. What we need to focus on is what we do together. When we voted for that CACR sponsored by my friend from District 22, we voted together. We vote on these things together. The primary, we're always together. And why we would have this divisive piece of legislation, I don't understand. I don't get it, really. I mean, look, I am a Democrat through and through. Some would say I was born that way if you knew my parents. But I know that there's one thing, be it in this chamber, outside of here, if I'm arguing on behalf of our state, it doesn't matter what the party says, and it doesn't matter what the party does. What matters is here. And all of us need to be unified in what happens here, and this legislation doesn't do it. Because when it happened to you in 2008 and 2012, my Republican friends, we didn't sponsor a bill. We asked how we could help and come together, and yet still a penalty was imposed. Why now is it different? It shouldn't be. This should be about us coming together. For those reasons, I would ask my colleagues, vote this legislation down, or somebody simply move to table it and put it aside and focus on what unifies us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. Senator Waters for a question.
Senator from District 18. Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for taking my question. So I looked at the bill, and there's obviously it just says they shall be seated and have the rights. No enforcement. So are we to imagine, let's say the conventions in LA, that our state police, I suppose it couldn't be the National Guard, but are we to imagine our state police will accompany our delegates, get them into their seats, and then tell the DNC they've got to all be able to vote?
Good question, Senator. I don't think that would be the case, because I don't think that's what happened in 2008 or 2012. I don't think there's an enforcement mechanism. I think there's plenty of language within the Cousins case that was stated previously, and it's balancing the interests. But I think in this case, the party gets to decide how delegates are selected and who's seated.
If I may follow up. So not being a lawyer, I guess it's hard to me to see where a legal action would be. I suppose it's the state law, so we go to state court, but we probably couldn't go to federal court, or could we go to a court in the California jurisdiction to enforce our law?
Well, I mean, you ask a series of very interesting questions. It's whether or not there would be any legal action. I would argue that given what happened in the Cousins case, any legal action couldn't be resolved before the convention's going to happen. Because we're not going to know what the delegate selection is, because as I said, the DNC hasn't made a decision of whether they're going to seat all of our delegates yet or not. That decision is months away. This doesn't make sense.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Senator Abbas for a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. To my colleague from District 18, although it hasn't happened yet, and I wish this was fixed in 2012, but it wasn't, but what would happen, what would the actual effect be if the full slate of delegates, and I'm not saying how you pick the slate, but that slate isn't seated by the DNC? What exactly would the New Hampshire voters have an impact on the selection process of the Democratic nominee for President of the United States?
Well, it's interesting you should say that, Senator, because there's actually a two-step process to choose Democratic delegates. So there is a caucus that occurs before the primary, one in the 1st Congressional District, one in the 2nd. People present, Democrats and those who can participate in the election, in support of one candidate. So there's a separate caucus for each of the candidates on the ballot. And at that time, the delegates are selected. Then once the primary happens, the numbers that candidate gets of votes determines how many delegates they have. So what I think would happen if we had fewer is probably what happened in 2012. We'll alter the math. But I would add to that the fact that, so New Hampshire frequently, because we're first, has delegates that represent a candidate that's dropped out of the race. What happened to those voters? Voters that supported other candidates that didn't make it. We had a bunch of Pete Buttigieg delegates. We had Elizabeth Warren delegate. We had Bernie Sanders delegate, but Joe Biden was our nominee. Guess what? Joe Biden didn't qualify for enough delegate, but ultimately was our nominee. What I'm telling you is they're two separate things, and this legislation tries to conflate them. We should be in unison about the primary, and we should let this other problem play itself out. It played itself out in 2008 and 2012, and it was Republicans. This time it's Democrat. We shouldn't engage in it. We should be together.
Let me ask a follow-up.
Sure.
Well, what would happen if any political party, doesn't have to be the DNC, any political party refuses to count the votes of the delegates from New Hampshire? How do you think we should address that as a state? Because then it seems to me they're not actually participating in the process in a meaningful way.
I need to ask you a follow-up question, though. What do you mean by count the votes?
Well, if they only let half the delegates be seated,
right?
But then if they were to not be able to cast a vote, well, they're not casting a vote as a delegate. So if that's the case, that means New Hampshire would have no delegates casting a vote that's counted for that political party's
Well, as I said,
convention.
depending on, it could be half. In this case, it was half. So I would go back to what the RNC probably did in 2012, which was that they only allowed half your members to be seated and therefore half your members to vote.
But what if they allowed none of them to be seated?
Hasn't happened yet. I can't tell you what the consequence would be.
Thank you.
The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Question. Senator Lang.
From the senator from District 18. So it's a two-part question. So the first part of the question is, anywhere in the bill that we're submitting talk about either the Republican or Democratic Party, but just talks about national parties, both plural, so it would have fixed the RNC problem in 8 and 12 as well. Is that true?
So the language of the bill is, as you state, it says delegates. It doesn't say one party or the other, but it's pretty obvious given what's happening at the national level who this is directed at. And my response to it is that we shouldn't engage with either because it can happen to either party.
And that's exactly why I support the bill. But anyway, second question is, by not seating, whether it's Republicans before or the Democrats possibly in the future, by not seating half or giving voting rights to half our delegates, don't we disenfranchise the voters of New Hampshire?
Absolutely not. The voters of New Hampshire participate in a primary. Delegates participate in a nominating selection. And as I said, we had delegates. You could say, because our primary goes first, we have more candidates than just about any other state. Most of those candidates drop out as the process goes on. But yet those initial candidates here in New Hampshire still retain those delegates. So arguably, if on the first ballot, they're still voting for the candidate that dropped out, they're already disenfranchising voters. But the delegates can, after an initial vote, move and switch over, which is the convention process and the nominating process, not the primary process.
Thank you.
So no,
One
our
last
voters would
follow-up.
not be disenfranchised.
So again, one last follow-up, because I'm a little confused by that, because by reducing, and I'm just looking for clarification, by reducing the number of delegates, don't we impact New Hampshire's say on who our nominee would be?
If you believe that by reducing the number of, I would tell you that New Hampshire Republicans' impact was diminished in both 2008 and 2012, and that we are here in 2023 looking at a piece of legislation, because it wasn't warranted for those two cycles where half the delegates were seated.
I wasn't in the legislature then, but I probably would have put this bill forward.
The bill is still on second reading. Senator Abbas has a question.
Thank you. And just for my friend from District 18, and I agree, it wasn't warranted in 2008 or 2012, but do you think it's warranted in 2024?
No.
Thank you.
Senator Birdsell to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be very quick. I understand that this happened to the Republicans in 2008 and 2012, but a primary with no delegates is nothing more than the Ames straw poll, which we all know what happened to there. If a party uses our primary, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat, to choose their delegates, I believe that it should seat those delegates, and therefore I will be supporting Senate Bill 271. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. The bill is on second reading. I don't see any further discussion. Senator Carson? No? Senator Carson?
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, just another really great discussion about an issue that we have before us. And the one thing that really strikes me about the discussion, Mr. President, is the desire to protect the first in the nation primary. I think we are all united in that, but I think my Republican colleagues want to take that a step further, and they want to protect our Democratic colleagues in this process. And you know, we've heard some interesting things here, and something came to my mind when my good friend from District, I think it's, let me look here, 18, brought up the point that we don't interfere in each other's primary. And quite frankly, Mr. President, I'm going to have to disagree, because I remember sitting in this chamber in the 2019-2020 biennium before things were shut down over COVID, that in 2020, a bill was filed. It was Senate Bill 71. And the Republicans at that time, we were in the minority, and a bill was filed that removed statutory procedure for the election of delegates to state party conventions. As all of you know, of the Republicans anyway, our delegates to the state party are listed on the ballot. And what that bill tried to do was take that off of the ballot, and it, in essence, changed the way how Republicans selected our own ballot, our own folks to the state convention. It did pass this body, but it did die in the House. So there are times when the opposing party will file legislation dealing with a convention of the other party. So again, Mr. President, I see this as, quite frankly, the Republicans in this body standing up for our Democratic colleagues and standing up and saying, look, we support you. You elect delegates here in the state of New Hampshire. They should be seated. And we want to pass a law that strongly states that they should be seated. Quite frankly, I don't want to see anybody go through what we went through in 2008 and 2012, because quite frankly, Mr. President, I remember, and it was pretty darn ugly. And we don't want to see that again. We want people to come here. We do engage in retail politics. Where can you go and on a Saturday morning get a knock on your door and there's someone standing there who's running for the presidency of the United States who wants to talk to you? That doesn't happen in very, very many places, but it does happen here because we demand that they come here and talk with us so we can shake their hand and look them in the eye and make our own decisions. And I support my Democratic colleagues. I want them, if they are chosen here in New Hampshire, that they have a right to have a seat. And I see this legislation as doing just that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 271. I believe I heard a request for a roll call. Senator Avard, is it seconded? Senator Innis. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innis.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Bishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon's excuse, Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it, 13 to 10. Senate Bill 271 is ordered to third reading. reading motion that I just read, or the order for the third reading, Senator Whitley is recognized for a motion.
Move to table.
One at a time.
So who did the first?
Senator Whitley moved to table. It was seconded by Senator Rosenwald. Senator Susi, I believe, moved for a roll call. And Senator Avard seconded that. Senator Susi is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President. Mr. President, if I know that in 2008 and 2012, had it have been helpful, Democrats and Republicans would have joined together, but we recognize that that was not the case. And if I further know that by passing this legislation, we actually might be doing more harm to being able to seat our delegates, would I now vote to table this bill?
Senator Susi, if you are in favor of the prevailing motion of tabling, you would vote yes. If you are opposed to that motion, you would vote no. Is there another parliamentary inquiry? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to ask the body to not vote for the tabling motion. I think that this is a very important piece of legislation that will let our citizens know that we support the votes of all of New Hampshire's residents, and it's important that all voices are heard. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Again, if you are in favor of the tabling motion, you would vote yes. If you're opposed to that, you would vote no. Are you ready for the question? A roll call has been asked for by Senator Susi, seconded by Senator Avard. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau?
No.
Senator Lang?
No.
Senator Waters?
Yes.
Senator Prentice?
Yes.
Senator Gray?
No.
Senator Innis?
No.
Senator Ward?
No.
Senator Rishardi?
No.
Senator Fenton?
Yes.
Senator Chanley?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
No.
Senator Rosenwald?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
No.
Senator Whitley?
Yes.
Senator Murphy?
No.
Senator Pearl?
No.
Senator Susi?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
No.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
Yes.
Senator Abbas?
No.
Senator Gannon's excused. Senator Altschiller?
Yes.
And Senator Bradley?
No. The noes have it 13 to 10. The motion to table fails, and Senate Bill 271 is ordered to third reading. We will now turn to the one bill removed from the consent calendar. We'll take up that bill, which is Senate Bill 165. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred Senate Bill 165, an act relative to the online energy data platform. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
I think there's... That's all right.
He just reads the blurb.
Senator Pearl wrote the blurb, so he is recognized to speak first to Senate Bill 165. Then I'll recognize you. Well, guess what? You can have your day in the sun, too. Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources had voted this bill ought to pass with amendment. This bill would require electrical utilities to jointly file with the Department of Energy, the Office of Consumer Advocate, and a commission created by the bill, and a proposal for an online platform which would publish information on New Hampshire energy prices. This platform would make the energy market more transparent to consumers. The proposal would have to include a budget. The bill would require the commission to study the proposal and then approve or defer implementation based on whether it would reduce costs for New Hampshire ratepayers. So since we voted for this, there's been some new information that came out yesterday in a communication from the Public Utilities Commission
addressing the portion about the impact on ratepayers. And so I'm not going to be able to support the committee position, and I'm going to ask that all of you vote down the ought to pass so that we can have another amendment about putting this back to the committee and letting us understand what the PUC has set forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. Senator Waters. Senator Waters declines to speak. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The noes have it. The motion is now on ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion of ought to pass? If you're in favor of that, you'll say aye, please. And if you're opposed, you'll say no. No. The noes have it. Now I recognize Senator Avard for a motion.
Motion to re-refer.
Senator Avard has moved to re-refer Senate Bill 165. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of re-refer to committee for Senate Bill 165 is adopted. And now, I recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I get to do what I did earlier this morning, and after thinking about everything this afternoon, maybe it would have been better, Mr. President, if we had just continued on down through. The day would have been shorter, and we could have gone out and enjoyed the day. But thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to a third reading be by this resolution read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We are now in the late session. Are there announcements or personal privileges to come before the body? Senator Innis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a personal privilege for a moment. Several years ago, at her 8 a.m. class, my daughter wasn't feeling well. This was at UNH. I was in my office. She got up to go to the ladies' room, collapsed in the hallway. An administrative assistant saw this happen, brought her into the office, laid her on a sofa, and called me, and an ambulance was called. And my daughter was taken to Dover, and she had suffered a stroke at a very young age. We don't know what caused it. Hasn't happened again. But my son, Nick, and my daughter, Emily, are this year running for Teddy Bruschi's team in the Boston Marathon. They will be doing that on Patriots Day. And I can't tell you how proud I am of them for helping Teddy and his foundation to support research into heart attacks and strokes in all of us. So I just wanted to point that out, and I'm so proud of them and proud of Teddy for all that he does. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Innis. Are there any further announcements, personal privileges? Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a personal privilege. You know, I've been in this body since 2015, and I've been proud to be a member of such a collegial body. And the work we do here is very important. And we always don't agree, but we disagree agreeably, I'd like to think. However, I've noticed in the past few months, there's been a lot of incendiary language going on, and I hope this doesn't continue. We've always been able to do well for our constituents, and I want to be able to continue working with everyone. And frankly, it's very disappointing. With this bill, the Sanctuary City Bill, we have voted on this Sanctuary City Bill 5 times since 2016, and we've never had incendiary language attached to it. We do now. I hope that this doesn't continue. I hope that we can continue working together in a Maybe we disagree, but we disagree agreeably, and I hope that will continue. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. Any further personal privileges? Seeing none, okay, let me just review a couple of things. As everybody should know, we are not going to be in session on April 20th, 27th, or May 4th, nor are we going to be in session on the first Thursday in April, which I believe would be the 6th. So, given that we're taking 3 weeks after the 13th to not be in session, I would ask, and I think Senator Gray would ask, that committees try to get out FN note bills over the next 2 weeks. It's my intention at this point that we will have an addendum calendar, so committees hopefully will be able to use the 11th and possibly even the 12th to get out bills, especially with FN notes, so that they can go to finance, and that during that 3-week hiatus, when we're not in session, we'll be able to continue the committee process. So that is my hope, and committee chairs and all of us, please do your best on that score. So, Senator Gray.
I would also ask the committee chairs to look at the bills they're getting from the House. We've got at least one example of a bill as amended that spends a significant amount of money that doesn't have an FN on it. So if you notice that, please give us a heads up so that we can take action on that. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any further business? Seeing none, I recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I always forget this, my fault. Without objection, all personal privileges or unanimous consent or other remarks shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate per Rule 216 and Rule 217. Now, is there any further business? I recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of introducing legislation, re-referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, and processing enrolled bill reports and amendments. And when we recess to the call of the chair.
All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.